Yeah,
question. Okay, I have Debili and Lacoste, right? We don't have a brigade commander for Lacoste, right?
that's correct. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Sorry.
Sure, no worries. Okay, so the overall scenario is that surprisingly, after the ceasefire has ended, the Austro-Bavarian army has taken the initiative and crossed the Inn and is attacking in the direction westwards. So we are in Bavaria, westwards towards Munich, which is off the map to the west. If you're
Sorry, just to confirm, west in the map where you're looking at right now, that's down?
West is to the
It's
left.
That's to the left? Okay. Because all the words are...
Yes.
Yeah. North is
yeah.
top. North is top.
Always?
Correct.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Just to confirm. Thank you.
So what historically happened here is that Moreau has pulled back elements of the army which have been engaged by the enemy towards Hohenlinden and concentrated here. And we assume that our discussion is happening on the evening of the December the 2nd, and on the morning when the game begins, morning December 3rd, battle will commence. The operational plan of the enemy, or the goal of the enemy, is of course destroying us, or rather taking Munich if they can't, and then sort of liberate southern Germany. And our mission is to prevent that. That is why we have decided to take a defensive stance and using the terrain as best as we can to our advantage, deploying in this central area here along the ridges in the open, guarding all those roads coming through the woods, because first of all, the terrain east of that position is rough going ground, lots of tiny roads, woods, hills. There isn't really space to deploy into battle formation, and thus there is no reason to actually attack the enemy. At least not in the center. So we let them come to us. We beat them as soon as they defile through the roads out of the woods and shoot them to pieces. I've set you up so that everybody has local reserves of infantry, but also your cavalry brigades will be available to punch back the enemy should your infantry give ground. In the north, we have Marshal with Lagrange's division, who is, formally speaking, part of Grenier's wing. Your objective is to advance eastwards, basically guarding this road, if you're watching my stream, this connection here, by deploying defensively around here with your infantry and pushing your light cavalry eastwards. We want to find out where the enemy is. We need to know as quickly as possible where the main line of advance is, and react accordingly. And should the plan go as we would like to, then you will take the offensive and might either cut south into this gap or head eastwards to cut off the enemy line of retreat. Our main effort will be in the south, that's under Achilles' command. Doutpoul and Descamps, which are part of Moreau's wing. Both are, though, under Achilles' command, under Doutpoul's command, because it's important to coordinate locally. There is a lot of terrain in between and a long way to go if we wanted to coordinate directly. We will try to at least keep this road open as a line of communication, but it will take forever. So you guys coordinate with yourself mostly. I want the infantry under Descamps to deploy sort of a screening position here, just to be in a position to react to a potential enemy advance along this line. Or if that is not happening, then to potentially attack the flank once the enemy has advanced along the main road and attacked Grouchy's position. Should that not happen, or the opportunity not arise, the main objective of the right wing is to advance eastwards, especially for to pull in the cavalry, and to also scout this line of advance, and then if the enemy is not there, get into their flanks and potentially the rear. But yeah, that should only happen once they really have smashed against our line, but I guess it will take you long enough to get there anyway. Other than that, the army will stay in a defensive position in the center, and in the north, as I said, the main effort is down in the south. Any questions?
Who's play? We have a player for Decon.
Yeah, that's me. I'm just going to change my.
Okay.
Good
choice.
Gentlemen, just a quick announcement. We are looking to start the game around what is 4:30 Central European, so in 15 minutes, or as soon as each team is ready. So once you guys, or the team captain here, thinks that you are ready, just at umpire in the, or at me specifically in the blue discussion.
Will do.
No, when to begin.
Okay. My only question is, what's the situation on snacks?
Yeah.
We're all in
I
the
just
south,
finished making
Marshall.
myself
Sorry.
They're all in the south.
some ramen, so I'm sorry.
I have Moreau, are you gonna be with the center, or are you gonna be in the south leading the offensive or offensive?
No, I will be in Hohenlinden proper,
I
so down here.
Okay.
So that allows me to be somewhat in the center of all our formations, just for communication purposes.
Yep.
Yeah, but well, I guess I will coordinate this section here, then Grenier this, and the wings are on their own.
Yeah,
Now
understood.
I'll send dispatches to you as appropriate. I'm not going to make the decision of what direction to press.
Right.
Should that be an option?
Yeah.
I will wait for an order from you.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, I just want to make sure we're clear on that I'm not supposed to pick that. You're gonna pick that. I'm gonna wait until.
Yeah, it's not the most
Question.
exciting battle maybe for us, but we see how it goes. And one note before your question, these pink indications here are positions where I ordered skirmisher companies forward to guard the roads basically and delay enemy advances, so that we know where the enemy is coming before they actually come out of the woods. What was the question?
The question was about those lines, but you explained.
Very good.
Yeah, but do the division commanders in the center, do they decide on their own which paths to guard and how through the forest?
Well, yeah, currently the units are set up so that basically all the roads are guarded. I would suggest not vacating them all. I mean, once we've identified which road they are coming down, you can of course reshuffle your units as you see fit. But yeah, make sure that you keep your reserves and that you don't overcommit your cavalry early on and all that stuff.
Okay.
There's that word again, reserves. I keep hearing it, and I don't know what it has to do with army stuff, but whatever.
I might at one point pull the cavalry from Richeponce here in the center, unless they are actually needed, to potentially reinforce Le Grand in the north once we are able to make a decision about switching to the offensive there.
What kind of cav are they?
Let me have a look.
That's light, I think. I have only 2 medium and
That's
rest is all
medium
light.
here. That's light chasseurs.
Yeah, I think all of
Hussars.
mine is light to medium.
Yeah, I have 12 light and 2 medium.
We have a
Okay.
look. Marshal, you have chasseurs. Yeah, and then one. So basically 2 squadrons of dragoons, even though they're called cavalry, but yeah. Assume them to be something of dragoons, maybe cuirassiers. It's hard to tell. I didn't want to deep dive research here to find out which regiment actually had which sort of equipment at this point in time.
Sure. No problem. Okay.
All right, I guess then we are good to go.
Are we
Is
sure the enemy's gonna try to fire through the center?
I mean, that's
Well,
what they did.
they only got
historically.
3 choices. So
Yeah, well, I mean, they might not. Maybe they try to push everything down south, but if they do, they create a very big delay for them, because I mean there aren't that many roads anyways. So
What is the enemy line of communication?
that's a good question. I would assume this road, basically leading back
Like
eastwards,
so. Okay.
Yeah, there's a
and then
bit of a-
maybe along this line.
Is
Although,
this
Should be in mind. It should be kept in mind that I just want to say this in case there are any like players here who are more familiar with World War II, etc. That just having some cavalry behind the enemy is not going to immediately cause supply problems for
Mhm.
many days. So you can't play like Hoi 4 tactics.
Is this tabletop with all the units already put in these positions somewhere available as well? Or do you need to set that up myself?
Player briefing.
It is in the operations planning course of action Hohenlinden document.
Oh, why don't I see that? Can you repost that maybe or something? I don't see that in blue discussion at all. Not sure why.
Are you scrolled all the way to the bottom of blue discussion?
Now I see it. Yeah.
That's weird. Okay.
Very weird, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure. And if you have time in between, I mean, feel free to read the document. I did that by purpose to sort of, I don't know, change player approaches who usually go, well, I have this few troops and the enemy's over there, so attack. That's all the planning they do. So maybe it helps you to understand and appreciate a little bit more how terrain works and how to analyze operations planning.
I'm gonna have to make a meme of that. Jan saying, "Feel free to read the briefing document." Go ahead. It's okay. You can read it. Go ahead. It's safe.
It's there for you to learn.
Red.
Yeah.
Okay. You're going to stay with Declan? Declan? Is that how you say it?
I think it'd be something like Decon or something
Decon.
like that.
Yeah.
Declan. Okay, whatever. As long as we know who I'm talking about. Decon. Okay. Yeah, you're going to stay with him. You're essentially you're going to be his heavy cavalry, his striking force there. So stay in front of his guys and coordinate with him. So stay very close to him. And
Understood.
and I'm going to be taking the rest of the cavalry, and I'm going to be riding hell for leather. So I'm going to be gone. Soon as they let me go, I'm going to be going as fast as possible.
Well,
I
then
feel
just
like we.
just
Go
for
ahead.
clarification, I just wanted to quickly ask. So if I come under intense pressure and I feel like my line may collapse, do I have permission to call upon that heavy cavalry to come help me, sort of without going through you?
Yes.
Okay.
Essentially, he is going to be he's placed under your control.
All right. Awesome.
So you use him as a reserve, and use him as a striking force if you've got a real great opportunity.
All
Because
right.
he's got shock. He's got heavy shock He's got the heavier shock cavalry. So
Yeah.
but remember, they're a one-shot instrument. So
Yeah. No, I plan on
time-
using them
time it
kind of
properly.
like the Union Cap at Waterloo, if I get an opportunity, of course. I'm really
And
hoping that
red
they'll
will
come down at me.
It would be awesome if you get a flank on those guys, and if they go right in front of you and your infantry can shoot them up, and then you can send that heavy in there and just kill them. That'd be awesome. And then red gets a really great day.
Yeah.
He
Here's to
gets to
hoping.
run over some people.
Moreau, I have another question.
Mhm.
Should they send my chasseurs to occupy the connector between me and Legrand in that open space to my north?
This year, no, I don't think that's feasible ground for cavalry. Keep them as a reserve.
Okay.
And
So
as
that place will be left vacant.
Yeah, well, there's no roads leading through the forest there, so the enemy would have to go on a
There is
hiking
one.
trip.
There is one.
Where?
When you see between the forest, there is some kind of field separating them. Yeah,
Oh,
and there's one
that's
road
what you
going.
mean.
Yes.
Well, I mean, if the
I
enemy,
was asking, should I send my cavalry there just to be there and maybe help Legrand or act as connector, communicator?
I mean, I don't know exactly what they would be achieving, but they could also probably withdraw if necessary. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Given the terrain, they would have a tough time here.
Okay, fair enough.
Achilles, do you think I should commit the reserve now, or do you think we should wait until the game actually starts?
Well, if you're going to keep any reserve, commit them immediately.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Form your
see,
longest line.
Reserves
That's
aren't
right.
incredibly valuable because without them, how are you going to extend the line a million times?
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right. The longest line wins.
This is
Mhm.
Frederick the Great kind of tactics. We're doing linear stuff. Okay?
Yeah.
Just overlap his end.
Yeah, we are somewhere in between. I mean, that might be an interesting note to the infantry commanders. Even though our guys, some of them are formed up in assault columns, might not be the most effective thing to do to actually attack in assault columns. Even though, I mean, from the revolution on, especially skirmisher tactics and stuff was something the French really did a lot. So I would think we should be in a superior position anyway, because I mean the Austrians, they have dedicated light infantry, right? The Grenzers, which are also pretty good units. But their line infantry should not be able, at least, to deploy skirmishers at this point in time. They are not trained that way.
I mean, they can detach the third rank.
Yeah, but they didn't really do that up until 1803, and we are in 1800.
Oh, fair enough.
Whereas the French Revolutionary Forces just basically formed large clouds of skirmishers.
Yep.
You know, Achilles, you know how in football when they have to bring out the chain to see if you scored a first down? You know?
Okay, you don't watch a lot of football, do you?
Well, no, I don't. But you know, they measure. You know, if it's
Yeah,
like
they
really
measure to
close.
see if you got a first down. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that in the IKS. You know, if they measure to see if your line is longer, they have to stop the battle, get a guy out there with the big old long chain, and say, "Oh, this side is one man longer. He's the winner." Yeah.
Well, maybe we could, another football analogy. You could, we have to report to the umpires that our hussars are eligible on this play because they're not covered on the far right, far right of the line. I'm reporting eligible.
Oh my gosh.
And for the formations on the flanks, you will have to take care of bringing up your brigade supplies as you need them, right? They're
Yeah, the
currently
baggage
behind you.
train. Do you want them held at the back? I mean, we have to kind of keep them close, don't we?
Those aren't the. I know this from the previous auto games. Those pieces don't represent the like strategic baggage that would be left way behind the lines, probably in Munich.
Yeah, I've ordered
These
them
are like
to
the
be
ammunition
left
cards.
on the other side of the Isar. Yes,
Yeah,
those
these are essential because you'll in his system you run out of ammo based on a die roll, right?
right. So the artillery should have their wagons with them. But the cavalry and infantry wagons are currently left behind just so that you have a little bit more flexibility in movement, but you should bring them up as you need them.
Yeah.
We don't shoot anything. We use swords.
Well, your chasseurs have carbines and pistols and all the fun stuff.
Well, if they're using them, they're doing something
Technically.
wrong.
Yeah.
Your
Well, I don't
baggage
know.
contains the snacks, you see.
There are actually quite a number of cases in which French cavalry during the Napoleonic Wars would even receive enemy charges standing and then firing at close range while the enemy's charging in, and then sort of in the last moment starting the countercharge.
I recently heard that actually in that one cavalry video from the Building the Grand Armée series.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it's the only time I've ever really heard of French cavalry using their guns in large scale. Actually, I don't know. While we're waiting, Jan, if you have any more information about this, it would interest me. Because I recently was writing to a few people asking how much they know about the use of firearms by the French cavalry. Because I was looking at how much was being supplied to the cavalry in the invasion of Russia, and it's this massive amount of ammunition, which would imply that they were using them. But all I've ever heard is that they kept throwing away their own carbines because they hated them.
Yeah, but that's basically only true for the heavy cavalry. So the cuirassiers, and also then once the carabiniers were basically transformed into cuirassiers, they weren't really keen on carrying their guns around.
So were they mostly used then in like skirmishes and scouting and all that, or? That's what I just
so the carbines
really
were mostly used. Carbines were mostly used in sort of skirmish actions. The pistols were also used like by and even the cuirassiers had pistols, so they were used in close range engagements, right? They often had like two pistols, which they would fire and throw away and then go on with the sword.
But yeah, they threw them away. Do you realize what kind of paperwork that would involve? I mean, seriously, somebody signed for those. Okay, after the battle, they have to go back and form a police line and go search for their pistols.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they might have been usually sort of I don't know on a sort of string or something, so that they wouldn't really drop to the ground.
They wouldn't lose them.
Yeah,
put them on a lanyard. Yeah, they have them on a lanyard. We used to have our sidearms on a lanyard, even in the tank.
Yeah,
I know like a lot of the earlier pistol armed cavalry would do that back during like the age of like the Caracol and all that. They would do that so that they didn't need to waste hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pistols.
Those things get expensive, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you have not lived until you spent hours in the forest at night trying to find somebody's lost night vision goggle.
I mean, Achilles, it's bold of you to assume that the paperwork in this army would be good enough to even realize that something went missing.
You weren't tanks, Achilles?
Tanks, yes.
You ever got so fucking stuck, like really stuck in mud and shit? You ever had that or no?
I haven't.
I've seen some insane videos online.
I personally have never been that badly stuck that I couldn't get myself out. But yes, many times had vehicles get stuck and had to call for recovery. So
Jesus, I just saw like an insane picture. Did you ever see that picture of that Bradley who drove over barbed wire, and the barbed wire was like all wired in the
tracks?
tracks. Yeah, you see that? This is crazy.
No.
How do you ever even remove that? I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, that's when you know, you could call battalion maintenance, but they're just gonna flip you off until you get this stuff out of yourself. So, you know, that's that's not a maintenance level. That's not on their maintenance level. Sorry, dude. You get to cut that shit out yourself. We'll give you the tool.
Wait, I think I found it. Wait. Wait. I don't know how you managed to achieve this, but
Gentlemen, we're gonna begin now. So everyone gets into the voice channel blue and then the number given to your text channel. Then if you're co-located, you will be moved afterwards to your co-location.
understood.
All right.
Good luck,
Thank
all.
you.
Good
Good luck.
luck.
Vive la France. Good luck.
Vive la France, yeah.
Sorry, what's my name again? What is my name?
Achilles.
Yeah, no. I mean, what's my general's
Liverpool.
name? De Hutpool. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, got it. All right, he's number 9. All right, good deal. Oh, Red, make sure
Yeah.
that you co-locate with Declan or
Declan.
or whatever
Yeah.
his name is. Okay, and stick with him.
Okay.
All right, good deal.
Thank you.
And off we go. All right. Let me see. Let me actually make an announcement on the social media that we are live, because I didn't do that. Grab a Hohenlinden picture. Okay. Wargaming. Napoleonics. December 3, 1800. And it is the International Kriegsspiel Society Open Saturday game. Right, if anybody in the chat who might be watching has questions regarding the scenario, please let me know. I need to add an alt text here. Painting of General Moreau at then I might, maybe I'll do that once the first report is in. Run you guys through the planning once again, because I only did that on the surface for the team right now. Or a few minutes ago, rather. Okay, that. Moreau. Général de division Moreau. Yeah, the way it works based on my deployment module and the orders I have initially given to the army, the umpires have already fast forwarded a few turns, or however long it might, have taken to bring us in direct contact with the enemy. So I would assume they have especially forwarded the enemy rather than us, but we might already be moving on the flanks quite a bit compared to what we can actually see at the moment when it comes to Daudepoul's and Descamps' division and also Legrand in the north. And I still don't have like Napoleonic license-free Napoleonic music I could play in the background. Okay, why am I not logged in here?
Hello. Good morning, General Moreau.
Bonjour, hallo.
So, ich glaube, du bist Deutscher, richtig?
Das ist korrekt, ja.
Ich habe nämlich vorhin ein YouTube-Video von dir angeschaut. Dann können wir es auch auf Deutsch machen, oder? Ist einfacher
Ja, können wir machen, klar.
Also, es ist früh am Morgen, 6 Uhr. General Moreau ist mitten in der Stadt Hohenlinden. Zu sehen gibt es noch nicht viel. Da es noch dunkel ist, die Sonne ist noch nicht aufgegangen. Dein großer Plan hast du natürlich vorbereitet, wie du die Österreicher hier in die Falle lockst. Schon irgendwelche Fehler, was du vorhast?
Nö, können wir schon irgendwas hören? Wird schon irgendwo geschossen?
Nein, bisher noch keinerlei Geräusche.
Okay.
Ist noch alle ein bisschen müde, aber natürlich
Alles klar.
gespannt, die Österreicher heute zurückzuschlagen.
Ja, dann ist der einzige Befehl, dass ich gerne einen Kaffee hätte.
Da stirbt natürlich sofort ein Lieutenant los, um sich darum zu kümmern, die Wünsche zu erfüllen. Bleibst doch erstmal in Position hier.
Ja, genau.
In Hohenlinden im Zentrum. Alles klar, dann bis später.
Danke. All right, so for the English-speaking viewers, let me see. Okay, so the report was it's 0600 in the morning. It's still sort of dark. When is actually sunrise? Double check that. At 0700, so it's still an hour to sunrise. So yeah, not a lot going on here. We can't even hear any combat noises whatsoever, no cracks of muskets, nothing. I would have assumed that they would have forwarded it further, because I don't think that the enemy could be at 0600 could be so close, and then especially so close, and there would still not be like skirmishing along the wood line. That seems a bit strange to me. Anyway, we will learn about the enemy intentions early enough, I guess. Well, I do not intend to travel around much. I would probably have a chat with Grouchy once things are starting to heat up, and also with Richepont, so I might leave my headquarters to move over there, which is all very close by. Grouchy is here, Richepont is up here in the town of Preußendorf. We have Grouchy in, what's that actually? Stocker? I think it's called Stocker. No, that's an A. Which looks strange. I will assume it's called Stocker at the moment. I might at some point move up to meet Grenier, although I would assume that he will leave his headquarter in Reithof to, well, meet up with his division commanders, Ney and Bastoul, to get an impression of what's going on here. The battle is, I mean, the setup and the starting is a little bit unusual compared to other games we have been doing and are doing, because I did run through the operations analysis, or the planning process rather, which includes the analysis, and set up the whole army for the start of the game. So not really a lot of decisions for the division commanders to make at the moment. Their main task today will be taking care of committing the reserves at the right point in time, right? They have reserves, they have infantry reserves, they have cavalry reserves, and they will need to bring them up and commit them as they need. Main objective, of course, is to defend the ground and hold the ground we are on at the moment, we are occupying at the moment. It might be that Grenier's corps, I call it now, even though historically this is his wing, together with Legrand, might go back onto the main road, maybe even behind that, like screening here. But that will then mean that we also have to pull back through the roads here. And then the issue with the roads is, I mean, it's early December, snow has fallen already, temperatures are freezing, but the ground has not frozen through yet. So the more forces are marching along these tiny paths and roads through the woods, the worse their condition becomes, which should play in our favor, right? As the enemy is advancing in very long columns along these tiny roads. So hopefully that slows them down even further, and then allows us to, with the main effort coming from the south, to hit them while they are still sort of in a bad spot there, having committed like parts of their wings against our defensive lines, and then smashing into their sort of columns and waiting positions. That would be most interesting. Yeah, again, as I said during the initial briefing of my team, communications will be somewhat delayed. How far are we away? I mean, assuming this road is open and not threatened by the enemy here, we could potentially... Oh, that's 80... Wait a second. Am I on grids? Yeah, okay, well, that's 80 grids. A grid should be 400 paces, I think. Unless Otto has changed that. I'm not quite sure about that. Haven't played in any game using his new system, have I? It's in the newest iteration of the Otovsky system, which uses completely different like blocks and all that stuff. These brigade supply trains, and yeah, quite interesting. Will be interesting to see how it plays out, and how the umpires deal with things. I think we have quite a good umpire team today. Let me have a look. Well, I don't know any of these guys currently in the umpire channel, but I know that Otto is here himself. We have Christian KB with Dog Pilot, who also should be very familiar with the system. So yeah, should be all right. Also curious to see how long the game will take. And that's another reason why I'm surprised that we haven't forwarded further than 0600. That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, but who am I to judge, right? Who am I to judge? Alrighty. So I guess it's should be enough time to run you through the operations planning document. So from the briefing I received, I ran through the operations analysis and planning. First of all, creating an overview for myself of the operational situation. Based on the historical background, right, and what I was provided with in the briefing. And that is, the situation is, after an extended armistice and failed peace negotiations, the enemy has unexpectedly taken the initiative and is marching on München. The Austro-Bavarian army of Germany crossed the Inn with approximately 60,000 men on December 1st. That's the historical situation. We don't really know the numbers of the enemy. Might be that they have switched them, changed them, modified them in whatever way for this scenario. Historically then, smaller scale engagements occurred between Mühldorf am Inn and Haag, which you can see down here. It's also on the tactical map here where my mouse is right now. On December 2nd, and the army was then pulled back to this area, Hohenlinden, and the open ground here basically with one division, and that's the Caen's division, who also is placed down here in the south in my plan, in my deployment, coming in from, well, like the southwest. They took a bit of a detour historically and didn't really arrive on time. Yeah, temperatures are freezing, already mentioned that. And well, given the operational level analysis of the terrain, it really, and given the initial deployment zone that was basically, well, the area where I'm currently positioned, right? Or the army is positioned. Let's grab maybe orange for that. The limits of deployment were given like, so I think, and then to here, not extending there. So having only that ground to deploy on, it basically came naturally based on the terrain, as I mentioned in the briefing to the team, that there is not much purpose in actually crossing the woods and getting into the rough ground here, where we would be at a similar disadvantage than that the enemy is right now coming in at us, only that sort of both sides would be in total chaos. It's the terrain rather sort of dictates or suggests that we should use this open ground in a defensive stance, and we see if that plays out. So one main issue we have is that the enemy supposedly is advancing rapidly, and that sort of historically led them to bump into the French positions unprepared, unknowing that the enemy was there, or not assuming. Well, they were assuming that Moreau had actually pulled back the army to München and across the Isar, which he didn't. So they sort of surprisingly, in the early hours of the morning, around 7:30, I think, stumbled into the French positions and were basically obliterated. And then sort of the army broke once Descamps attacked the flank. And I'm not quite sure if Legrand attacked historically. I think it was Ney, but I might be mistaken, which caused the collapse of the whole army. So terrain east of the line, Erding, Hohenlinden, that is basically, Erding is over here, Hohenlinden, and everything that's to the east of that is rough terrain. It's not suitable to fight in battle formations, as I've said. The Isar is the French line of resistance should we be forced to retreat, right? It's a major river. There aren't any crossing points in between. There's a large moor here, like wet ground, which cannot be traversed by heavy forces. That's artillery and cavalry. So there are the two crossing points at Freising and München, and we've left our army, so the divisional supply of the army, on the western side of the Isar near München. Should we be forced to retreat, we will do that in the direction of München, trying to use this open ground here for delaying actions so that we are in a position to orderly retreat. Should the forces in the north be cut off or split off, then they will have to fall back via the line of communication Erding-Freising, using the Semt and Dauphin rivers as sort of lines of resistance while traversing through the moor. We don't have any additional forces available. Lines of communications were mentioned. The operational goal here, or change we need to achieve, is stop the enemy advance on München and destroy the army to force a peace on the Second Coalition. That's the sort of strategic goal. Then conditions and effects to be achieved: loss of the own army is unacceptable, loss of Munich on München is unacceptable, and neutralizing enemy offensive capability is desirable. Then I've run through center of gravity analysis. I'm not going to bore you with that. Happy to run you through it should there be questions. The main risk there is that we are caught off guard, and individually, like say the main effort of the enemy goes along their northern line of operations and smashes into Le Grand, or goes along the southern line and smashes into Hautpoul and Descamps, and we are not really able to support them because of the terrain. So that's why we need forward scouts and very aggressive scouting by the cavalry on the flanks. Yeah, we're going to use the ground to the best of our benefit, reserves and mobile elements. And the operation framework then is that we will deploy defensively as stated. The main element, the offensive element, will be in the south along the main road here. First of all, Descamps screening here, and then Hautpoul potentially attacking the enemy columns in the flank. We can see that painted in here, as you've seen in the module. And yeah, decisive conditions during the course of the battle will be, first of all, identifying the enemy axis of approach. That sort of dictates which decision points we're gonna take. We get to the decision points in a moment, and that is especially important, as I mentioned, for lines of operation north, that's Le Grand, and south, Descamps and Hautpoul. Most decisive line of operations is in the south. Neutralizing the enemy center of gravity depends on the success of this offensive action in the south, actually. Also, I assume it might be if the enemy is pushing along this line that sort of inverts to the north, potentially. Okay. Then we have Legrand's formation. As I mentioned in the briefing, he is to advance on Neusing, protect the flank, push cavalry, light cavalry aggressively eastwards, and then react. And those are the decision points. React if something happens. That sort of dictates a change in operative approach, I would say. Then we have the center here with forward skirmishers in the woods to identify the enemy approach and delay it. We have the northern half under Grenier directly, and the southern part under my command. And then the line of operation south, which again is the most important one, with several decision points, but they are aware of that. So isn't really any sort of secret magic to it, but I think it's important to run through such a process to understand the terrain, the operational goals better. Hello.
Hello, Moreau. This is Rispanse. Hope I'm saying it right.
Response, yeah.
I've written to your position because I have a question for you, just
Sure.
one. The purple lines that we discussed earlier with the skirmishers,
Yes.
I asked to confirm with my units in the front, and I saw the skirmishers just in front of my units and not actually deep in the woods as we discussed earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So my main worry then is that I don't have any early warning. So with your permission, I'd like to send... I was thinking a single cavalry squadron or section of a squadron towards the southeast down the road along the Elo south.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit, and then once they see enemy, to immediately return back to their original position. Because I do not believe those skirmishers are actually there providing early warning for us.
Okay. That's a bit weird.
Generals.
Hello.
It is.
But yeah, you are free to send patrols out if you want.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
It is 6:30. General Rishipans moved to your position, to the current position, and I think you will get him up to speed to what's happening. I'm just here to say that it's 6:30, and I'll be back for the orders of General Rishipans.
Thank you.
Yeah, as slight additional information for General Moreau, the coffee was good, but is cold now. There's still no reports of any gunfire or thing all around you.
Interesting.
No Austrian sightings so far.
I would like to inquire from Brigadier Walter if he has sent any skirmisher companies into the woods as ordered.
Okay, I will take that. We'll check back in later.
Thank you.
I basically did the same thing with Drouvet, only he told me that the skirmishers are just in front of the units as I see them. So hopefully those are out. If those are out, then I will not send any parties.
Yeah, it's strange because I talked to KB yesterday and ordered that specifically. So
unless by umpire I just made a mistake, maybe, I don't know, but
no.
We'll see. Still quiet until along the entire line. Nice. I'll be right back.
Very strange. Very, very strange. Alright, huh. That might actually be an issue if the umpires have not pushed the scouts forward. That would be concerning, and the reason why there is no skirmishing going on along those roads. Assuming the enemy has already advanced, I mean, before daylight, which I already find not very likely, I will say. I mean, maybe they didn't do that because they already started the scenario at 0600, but then they should have let us know at least. Or what could be the case is that the skirmisher companies out there are from the reserve battalions, which I guess would make sense somewhat. But
I'm back.
Yeah. We will see. Well, that might be an issue. Let's see. It's 0630. That's also another thing. I'm not quite sure if they've switched to 30-minute turns or if that's just the fast forwarding they are doing.
Hello.
What do you do?
Okay, I'll do the following. I order from the Lorset Cavalry Brigade, the 1st Chasseurs, 2 squadrons, I believe, so the 1 and the 2 of the 1st Chasseurs. I order the... Holy hell, I hear a lot of background noise, I'm sorry.
No.
Colin.
I'm sorry, but...
It's fine, don't worry. So the 1st Chasseurs, the 1st unit, I order him to go down the road. What is the scale of the map? Can you tell me that? Like, what is a kilometer? What is a, say, 500 meters? Grids-wise, roughly.
You see, there's like checkerboard forest on the map.
Yes, I see it.
Well, each checker is about 800 meters or so.
800 meters. Okay, then I order my cavalry to. So I order the first chasseurs from Lorset, the 1st squadron, to move down the road towards the southeast, about 3 kilometers. And if they encounter enemy units, to immediately return to my position and inform me of the units. In fact, yeah, that's what yeah.
South
Did you understand that?
East.
Yeah, down the main road. So that 1st Chasseurs 1st unit will go down the southeast, down the main road. About 4 kilometers. and to screen, and if they see enemy units approaching from down the road, to immediately fall back towards my position.
That's about where Pirka is, right?
Where?
Where Pirka, the place called Pirka.
Pirka. I cannot see that. Pirka. No, further than that. Further than that.
Okay, but in
So-
that direction.
Yes. So you can
Okay.
tell them to go 6 kilometers down the road.
Anything else?
No, that's it for now.
So I'm not sure if it's feasible to send whole squadrons, but there we go. I don't want to interfere with all the orders. Won't hurt us too much if we lose 2 squadrons. La victoire est à nous. La 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 la. Must be very exciting to watch this stream. I mean, I don't think anybody is actually watching, but it might be just me, or is there anybody out there? Is that an actual user here? Yeah, I think. Der Fonda, how are you doing? things should be getting more interesting as we proceed. It's usually the early phase of these games, especially when they are run like not in actual real time and remotely and so forth, takes some time to get going. I've become much of an of someone who argues for actual real time. So that's 2-minute turns which players don't know about implementation, instead of, well, now it's 0600 and when I will come back in 20 minutes it will be 0630 approach, because that sort of abstracts too much out and makes the experience very dragging, as we experience right now, right? Okay, seems like the sun is setting. I can see a little bit more of what's going on. Well, of the surroundings, not what is going on.
Okay, hello, General Moreau.
Hello.
Still a nice morning. Still no reports of battle. But the sun is coming up now.
Yay.
So the view is improving a little bit. You can see a little bit further. You requested the battalion of Walter. He was a little bit shy for this direct command, but he has sent out some skirmishes just for in case some Austrian armies were coming out of the woods to your east, northeast. But yeah, so far, no reports of any Austrians.
Okay, so that means then that the initial orders I gave Christian to deploy skirmishers into these woods on all those roads weren't implemented.
Weren't implemented, you said?
Yeah, it sounds like.
Okay, I'm implementing. I already have one party going southeast along the road, along Elo South a little bit, and I'll send another one out to our direct east, cover that open area, hilly area to our east through the forest.
Yep. And I will go over to Grushi and tell him personally to send out his
Understood.
skirmishers.
Understood.
Is that your only order?
Yeah, I will write a dispatch to Grenier to take care of that as well.
Okay, then let me check back later.
Thank you.
One question, Copa, before you leave. Is there a specific dispatch on Pioneer to ping if I send a message, or is it just any of you?
For writing a dispatch, I think the best one is to just write it into the chat channel, and then we can copy paste it.
Okay, cool. Hello?
General. So, you've sent the cavalry, and it has passed you on the road in the direction of Kirka. Nothing much else about it. The sun has came up, although it doesn't help you much because there is still a blizzard. And shortly after, the cavalry has passed and the sun came up. You can hear musket fire from the direction the cavalry went. Not a lot, but it is like a pop here and there, but it is clearly musket fire. And you get no report from the cavalry so far.
How far do I estimate the musket fire to be?
Oh, about 4 or 6 kilometers in that direction, maybe 8.
Okay, so basically where my cab went.
Yeah.
Okay. Moreau, you heard that?
Yep, I did.
Okay. 4 to 6 kilometers. That's basically where that T section is in the road along Elo South.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it will be interesting to hear what they report. I mean, I guess they don't really know how much is coming, but
Well, I told them to go back as soon as they saw enemies, so hopefully they're able to leave that engagement if they're engaged in a bit of good order.
mm-hmm.
We'll see. But I suspect it's enemy cavalry or something, or enemy skirmishers even, because it wasn't much musket fire.
Yeah, probably.
Hello?
What would you like to do?
Well, if my cavalry is shooting, hopefully they come back and report to me. I order myself to move to the north, to that battery which is next to Druet. That battery that's on that little hill, I want to move there. And give me a second. Let me just check this. Yeah, that's it for now.
Hi, General Moreau.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see your dispatch. Any other orders?
Nothing other than me moving to meet Grouchy.
Okay, Grouchy should be to your south, I think.
Yep. Well, hopefully yes.
Okay, yeah, got it.
Oh, so okay, so that's actually an issue that the initial orders weren't implemented. That the skirmisher companies are not there in the woods along those roads to identify the advancing enemy columns and their lines of approach and delay them to immediately give us an idea as of where the enemy is pushing. I mean, that's crucial to know as early as possible. Not that they wouldn't be able to alter their direction of their push, but it's nonetheless very important to know, especially for the decision points concerning line of operation north and especially south. And of course, all these units are moving. I'm just not pushing the counters around at the moment unless I know that they are at a specific position. Yeah. There's no point in pushing them around. just now, I will just assume, as long as I don't hear anything from them, that they are proceeding as planned and ordered, other than the skirmishes. Well, 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 the sun of Hohenlinden is arising. Very curious to know where the enemy is pushing. I mean, assuming that they were sort of also set up with a limit of deployment to sort of bring us into a somewhat historical situation here, I would think they are coming as they historically did along these lines of operations. I mean, north probably even not so much, more the center one and this one line of operations. So, but who knows? The umpires might be playing a trick on me here. It's very likely. So just because this is supposed to be the Battle of Hohenlinden doesn't necessarily mean that everybody is gonna be set up or limited in their deployment zones as the formations were historically. And I mean, I could have decided to go ahistorical and actually advance against the enemy, which I think the French did in the first iteration of this game we played 1 month ago, which basically had both sides advance and then fight it out in the center and along these roads through the woods, and it was really strange. That's the reason why I wanted to do the mission analysis and operations planning, to avoid such weird behavior. Would be rather strange to push into this terrain to fight. Even though, I mean, that's one of the issues, so to say, that come with historical scenarios, that everybody sort of knows or can look up how vaguely how things are and should and could go and how they went historically. So the question becomes then, if you use a historic scenario, or at least historically inspired, then how could you potentially alter that? But I mean, there's also very good reason to sort of don't give the players too much guidance on that, and sort of see how it plays out, or even prompt them to take the historical approach and see how it plays out, for several reasons. To test your system, like if you sort of replay the historical situation again and again, and it doesn't play out like it historically did, then you might want to look into the mechanics of your system and see whether there is a reason within the system, within the rules, the statistics of the units, unit behavior, whatever that might be a reason for that, or whether there are historical reasons. Because as we all know, the past, or reality in general, is radically contingent. So an uncountable amount of factors impacts historical outcomes. So there might be a reason, a trigger and effect that occurs, even though it is highly unlikely. And then, I mean, your system should be able to also represent these outlier cases, but it should probably not be the rule that those occur. And that's also one of the reasoning of von Reiswitz actually in 1824 when he says, well, we need to introduce dice for Kriegsspiel just to be able to portray this grade of contingency that is so crucial to reality, to combat, to warfare. I mean, that applies to all situations, really. It's not limited to warfare. All right. So we have some sort of contact somewhere along this road here. Enemy line of operation south, as assumed. Don't quite know where exactly that is, but I hope the chasseurs, Richepont's chasseurs, will return soon enough to report on what's going on.
General Moreau arrives at your position,
Bonjour.
and
Bonjour.
at the same time, you get a report, like from first chasseurs of the cavalry, that they see an Austrian column approaching you. Oh. And you also get a report from your own cavalry that you sent scouting, but they don't see anything.
Sorry, from which cavalry did I get a
That
report again?
From the cavalry that you sent, from 11th chasseurs.
Yep.
That they don't see anything. And you get a report from first chasseurs of Lorset Brigade that isn't under your command, that they see an Austrian column approaching your position.
Okay, where's that brigade? Because mine are to the east. Where would that one be located? From where did they come?
You don't know. You just get a messenger. That's what you get.
Okay. I will do one thing. I will send out. Oh, I guess only report for now.
Yeah, he will return. So Richepont sent the chasseurs, I believe, along the main road. That's the red road there.
All right. What are they? Are they gonna reconnoiter towards the northeast? Actually, I need to turn like this. Are they gonna go further southeast along the main road, or what are they going to do?
Yeah, that's what they did. I'm not quite sure how far they went when they encountered the enemy. Their orders were to return immediately once they encountered the enemy.
Okay, so along that main road, they found an
yes.
Austrian column then, okay.
Yep. So they are coming for us. One issue that seems to be the case is that apparently my initial orders of sending out skirmisher companies onto those roads through the woods were not implemented. So if you could check with your brigadiers to send out skirmishers, that would be great.
Okay, where do I want to send those from? From my reserves, or how exactly do I do that?
Yeah, why not? Why don't you take the companies from your reserve battalions?
All right.
Hello.
That works. Hello.
General Moreau.
Yeah.
The sun is coming up. It's getting clearer. You're getting some reports that skirmishers have indeed been sent out to the woods.
Mm-hmm.
But so far, there's, in terms of hearing, even at the front, no sign of any enemy activity.
Very interesting. Okay.
Okay, for orders, I will check back.
In that case, because I quickly stream to make it a bit easier. Because you set skirmishers up here. So those skirmishers didn't see anything, and these, and these didn't see anything. But there's a report from an Austrian column approaching from this direction. They must have come through this road, I would presume.
Yeah, or they are even further. I mean, they could still be on the enemy line of operations south, but further to the east. Not quite sure.
I do have I've put a squadron of cavalry to reconnoiter on these roads here, like this area.
Yeah.
And they have not reported anything, so it shouldn't have been from that direction.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I will assume that they are just further to the east on the main road.
Yeah, I guess so.
If they are actually coming from the southeast, then I don't know, we should get a report from Decan pretty soon about that.
Yeah. Also, I moved up these back for artillery a bit.
Sure.
But apart from that, not much, seeing as we haven't been any Austrians.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting once the enemy actually is here.
Yeah. They can't be terribly well organized if they've just been skirmishing in the woods and marching through the snow and just arriving out of the tree line.
Yep.
Because they'd have to form up in lines whilst they're being. Hopefully, the artillery will be able to see them whilst they try to form up.
Yeah, I mean, you can also relocate your artillery, but I guess I said so. Set 2 of your batteries up to basically guard the main road, and then the other ones are guarding 2 of the roads, so to say, coming through the woods. Let me have a look. That is the northern ones are actually horse artillery, so they can quickly be relocated should there's nobody coming from the center. So from the northwest, then you could bring them down south to support the guns there.
Yeah. So that's these 2 then?
Yes.
Alright. That should be good. I suppose they could have also mistaken some of us skirmishers for Austrians, for cavalry, but we'll see, I suppose.
Yeah, I think they should be further away. Let me open the map on the Arcano maybe, so I can actually more easily measure the kilometers. Copy the link. Okay, where are we? Here. And the measuring tool. And we were in Hohenlinden, and he said about 8 kilometers. Yeah, so they must have passed by the skirmishes and be further to the east.
Okay, yeah, what is the kilometer? How do I see how much kilometers something is? Only of inches on the board.
It's probably better to use the grid measurement. But let's see, something you could use. The main crossroads, the T crossroads in Hohenlinden, and then if you follow the main road down south to the
You didn't
road.
get your orders yet.
Yes, mine, I presume, not Moreau's.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
And
I will
those were
actually, we do have skirmishes out now, it looks. We've gotten confirmation of that. So I'm not sure if I need to do anything. Just to be sure and to have some more mobile stuff in front of me, I will send out the second squadron of the 11th Chasseurs to reconnoiter and screen in front of the 46th and 57th Infantry Brigades. Not brigades, I think they were
Battalions.
battalions, yes. And they will be doing that up to the tree line. They won't go any further than the tree line, the woods in front, basically.
so you want them.
If you look at my stream, I'll quickly mark it to illustrate it a bit better.
Let's see.
Basically,
Okay, so
this
I
blue
get,
area right here, yeah.
I get it. Anything else?
That will be all.
Right. So from the main road T crossing in Hohenlinden, if you then pull a direct line to the T crossing in Stockar, that is 1 kilometer exactly. That's just sort of following the main road south. See that?
So this T intersection right here.
Yes. And then follow the road. No, not that far. It's pretty close. There, let me see. Basically in front of, who's that? Grandjean? Oh, I can't read the name right. Yeah, Grandjean. Let me see. That should be in the module. That's 12 grids, approximately 12 grids. Basically.
So from that intersection to Grandjean.
Yeah, to the intersection in front of him, basically.
To the intersection in front of him. Is that
This one? Yeah, correct.
Okay. So that is about 11.5 inches, which is then 1 kilometer.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess we'll actually send a dispatch.
Is there some marker or way we have here to indicate where the unit is scouting?
When you hover over your cavalry and you press the 2 on your keyboard, they should push
like
out
this?
skirmishers.
That's interesting.
Don't think there are other sort of patrol pieces.
Oh, this is how you change the states. Okay, I was wondering how you do that. It's the numbers.
Yep. I mean, all the other numbers are for the cavalry are just marching columns of different sizes.
Yeah. Looks like it.
It's 7:30, and your cavalry that you ordered forward is moving. The column of cavalry is moving. About just moving out of your sight now. They're moving north. Oh, sorry, that's south. The directions is weird. It's snowy. I can't see anything. And you can hear now, coming from the forest, not see yet, but you can hear clearly a lot of marching, stomping sounds. Like there is a whole army there, apparently. Coming out of the forest.
It would appear that the Austrians are riding.
Well,
Maybe the cavalry will be able to mess with their forming up a bit.
yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's actually it's a pretty good time for the cavalry to mess with them because they're not formed up in any way to resist them properly.
Mm,
They'll barely able, at least whilst they're leaving the forest, they'll barely be able to get any firepower towards the front.
yeah, unless they have like their Grenzer battalions in front, which sort of can occupy the edge of the woods then.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
there should still be enough time for the cavalry to get out of their range.
Certainly, yeah.
Okay, where might Dot Pool be now?
Generals, what do you do?
Hey, just a quick note, General Moreau, still no sounds of battle or anything. Clearing up. Any orders yet?
I would like to return to my headquarters.
In Hohenlinden?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Yep.
General Gruffy?
I do not have any new orders.
Okay, I'm just writing my dispatches. Okay, now I'm curious to know if anything's coming along Elo North. I'm quite curious to know if any enemy forces are advancing in the north.
Sorry, could you say that again?
I'm curious to know if any enemy forces are advancing along the line of operation north. Just musing about the map right now.
Yeah, but if they are not, that could be good for us because our forces advancing along that will be able to flank the enemy forces in the center, assuming that there are any.
Yeah.
I suppose they could also already be in the forest in front of us if they just wiped out one of the skirmisher companies there, but I feel like that would be quite difficult.
Yeah, and they are so close, we should have been able to hear the musket fire.
Yeah. And there was only some sporadic musket fire I got reports on. Maybe some of their skirmishers.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, maybe I will actually go to meet up with Grenier and see how the situation is up there.
That was right there, yeah. That could be interesting, certainly. Maybe they're further into the advance there. It could take a bit of time maybe, but hopefully not too much. Although I suppose there's not that much for you to do here either.
No, I mean, that's generally a thing for an army commander, right? Once you've laid out the plan, you're just there to sort of keep an overview of what's going on and then assist your commanders as best as you can. And maybe if you see an opportunity arise, then shift some forces around. But other than that, everything else is up to the commanders.
That makes sense. Oh, I think I just, in my newest report, I see some Austrians advancing. Eastwards of Pirka, just out of the wood line.
Interesting.
Right, quickly stream again, I'll be able to mark the exact location. Should be exactly here.
Okay.
Artillery must be able to open fire on that, if I can see it.
Yeah, unless those houses are on the way potentially, but
maybe it's also skirmishers, which would be not very easy to hit with artillery or do any damage.
Yeah.
We'll see, I suppose. There should be an auditorial report on what exactly I'm seeing.
Yep. Okay, but good to know that the enemy is here.
Alright, generals, it is 7:45. The cavalry that was sent forward has now rushed back, although orderly, but still you can see and hear them. Not so much see, more like hear them all howling, stampeding back behind the infantry lines. And an officer comes to you from the 11th Chasseurs and tells you that Austrian infantry is no less than in musket fire range from 57th Dem Brigade, and that you cannot, and you can just barely see them, the silhouettes in the snow, on the base of the hill. Similarly, you can see some Austrian forces just west of you.
Just west of me?
Yes, of you specifically, not of your troops.
West of me would be towards München, no? Or do you mean east?
Yeah, should be east if you mean Pilka.
Sorry, yeah, I mean east.
Okay,
Towards Spirka, directly towards Spirka.
then musket range of 57th Demi Brigade, but I can't see them with a musket range of myself.
Well, they're not in the screenshot because it's hard to quite gauge what's actually happening. But you as a character can clearly see the silhouettes down there.
Okay.
On the road.
Hi, General Moreau.
Hello.
The day goes on, but still no signs of the Austrians. Starting to wonder if they maybe have taken another route, but yeah. And I just moved you to the other channel because you're not sharing close to anyone right now.
Makes sense. Okay. Next thing I want to do is move up to Reithof, where Grenier's headquarters should be. And if he's not there, inquire from his staff where he went, whether he's with Ney or Bastul or whatever. And then I want to move there and meet up with Grenier.
Okay, seek him out essentially, yeah. Got it.
Okay, so we have enemy advancing here, and I'm not quite sure if now they told us that we have skirmishes there, but apparently they didn't fight. It's confusing. Like Grouchy heard musketry, I didn't. Well, I guess that's down to the umpires. There are a lot of new umpires, and it's all right. You can't know everything you should be telling or not telling a player. So there's that. Right. Okay. I'm wondering if my audio is still coming through, but I assume it does. Discord isn't showing me that anything is coming through, but. OBS is definitely picking up my audio. At least I'm getting a thingy here. Audio levels. That's how you call it. Yeah, I will now be riding north. To meet up with Grenier. See if they've been engaged and potentially getting closer to Legrand and hear if he has anything to report. Kiosk beer. That's a nice name. Well, I seriously believe that I should probably rather live stream via YouTube these days, not via Twitch. I mean, I will upload it later on to YouTube, but nobody's gonna watch a 5-hour video, or at least very few people will. And Twitch just isn't as good in notifying people that I'm live, especially if I haven't been streaming in a while. Let me maybe get some fresh air in here. For a moment. because it's gonna be a long day. If we are, how long have we been running? 2 hours already, and well, about 2 hours game time, but still, I think that was too slow. They should have fast forwarded a lot more early on. Legrand is writing me. Evidence of enemy in the vicinity of Heiligenberg. Heiligenberg. Here? Why isn't he there already? We've heard them but not seen them. I'm near the head of column approaching our initial deployment positions. I'm concerned about being caught in column, but for now we continue as before with cavalry in the lead. Man, you were supposed to push your cavalry hard. How can you still not be in Heiligenberg? When did he send that? Half an hour ago. Well, but still, I mean, should be able in 45 minutes to get cavalry rushing eastwards. Is it possible, sir, that you misunderstood? Stefan, we are on the defense. I assume the umpire will be here in a moment, but I can run you through the operational problem and our plan in a moment. Just like, I mean, what exactly is Legrand doing there? Why isn't he already here? Well, interesting, I guess. I will assume that he is also informed Grenier. If not, I will be trying to join Grenier anyway, so I can inform him. Right, just needed to repost an announcement, or not an announcement, but a report, proof of concept. Yes. Lorenzo just posted on the old Twitter that we were recently playing in a playtest session, a double-blind playtest session actually, of an introductory board game on the strategic situation in Ukraine, which I think was pretty good. Especially playing it double-blind was interesting. I mean, we're used to do that as Kriegsspielers, but nonetheless, very interesting optional rule to play it double blind if you can. And it was also sort of quite funny because I recently went to a job interview and a test. So they were testing our knowledge mostly about wargaming in a way. I won't say where that was and whatnot, but they used an earlier version of Ed's game. It's called Glory to Heroes. That didn't have like missile barrages or missile strikes, and didn't have mechanized formations, didn't have industrial centers and so forth. And all that was in the version of the game we've been playtesting for the last few weeks. So apparently I'm in Reithof now, which doesn't really help me because Grenier isn't here. At least I can't see him on the map.
Hey, hello, General Moreau.
Hello.
So you have reached the city's name
Reithof.
where you suspected
Mhm.
Kenya. He isn't there, but you found someone who told you that he has been to the east with his troops. So you should be able to find him in the
Perfect.
next 50 minutes.
All right. Then I will do that, and I don't have any other orders.
Yeah, okay. See you later.
Thank you. I will write a dispatch to Le Grand, and then I will run you through the operational problem. Le Grand, where was he? He didn't say. Well, I guess he is in Deuting. Is it Deuting? I think it's Deuting. Deuting or east thereof. Deuting or east thereof. It is 0800 hours. I am in Reithof. All right, dispatch done. Excuse me. So, situation is historically that the Austro-Bavarian army has very surprisingly crossed the Inn on December 1st, 1800, taking the initiative. On December 2nd, there were several engagements in the area of Haag, which is here and sort of to the northwest of it, northeast, sorry, which caused General Moreau, who's in charge of the French Army of the Rhine, who really, during the year 1800, conducted a very, very, very successful offensive campaign through southern Germany. Munich is just to the west, just a few kilometers. So prompted him to pull back his forces and concentrate forces from the surrounding areas at Hohenlinden, which is here. And I've been running through sort of the mission planning process, also the mission analysis and so forth, and come to the conclusion that there is basically no reason to alter the historical plan that much. I've slightly adapted it, but the main idea is to hold this defensive terrain here in the open, while the enemy has to traverse rough ground along very small roads. Temperatures are freezing and the ground is snow covered, but the ground is not as frozen yet that it wouldn't turn muddy quickly when hundreds and thousands of men are marching along these tiny roads. For some reason, our delaying actions with the skirmishes, the forward elements, didn't really play out as I would have assumed. I don't know why. Anyways, so we want to identify the main enemy push as quickly as possible. I know that by now the enemy is pushing here. They're crossing the woods. They are pushing along the main road to Hohenlinden. And there might be, or there is, enemy activity actually at Heiligenberg. So there might be an attack incoming from the north. Yeah, Grenier might want to order an attack actually by Le Grand. We see how that goes. Anyway, so we hold the open terrain here, the defensible terrain, while the enemy has to traverse the woods, defile the woods, and then sort of form in battle formation. And we are already in battle formation and ready to blast them into pieces. The northern line of operations was supposed to advance up to this line, basically protect this sort of the passage from Heiligenberg to the south. Apparently they didn't make it in time, even though I very explicitly ordered the cavalry to rush eastwards as quickly as they can. But I don't know, maybe the roads were bad or what have you. And their main task is to basically screen that flank, fight delaying action should they be pressed by the enemy, and then otherwise just hold their ground. The main effort is down south with Dotpoul and Descamps. Historically, Descamps came in here because he sort of marched along the wrong road and then showed up late, but basically just in time to smash into the enemy flank. I supposedly, or rather purposefully, put him down here together with Dotpoul. Dotpoul has the command of these two divisions and is himself pressing eastwards quickly with the goal of identifying whether the enemy is coming down this alternative line of operations, which so far I don't think they are, based on reports or lack thereof. And then task of Dotpoul will be to sort of swing in and hit the enemy lines, the columns along the line of advance. And once the enemy is committed to our main battle line, we will also then commit Descamps, launch him into the enemy flank. Even though the terrain isn't really favorable to do that here, we might still try or direct him to follow Dotpoul and get into this sort of area. Although I think that's probably too far away, disjointed from the main body. I don't want to do that, I think. Anyway, should the main push, the main effort along the line of operation south be successful, and there is nobody in front of Legrand, then we will also commit him to offensive actions, attack into this passage here in direction of Isen, and push the cavalry to cut off the enemy line of retreat. If that will play out, we will see. I'm not quite sure. Things are apparently going not quite as planned. Let me grab a red and mark where I'm aware of enemy movement. So apparently they are coming in here, or so we assume at the moment. And we know for sure that they are coming down here and along the main road as well. I'm currently up here trying to find Grenier and see if the enemy is also already crossing these roads. But yeah, other than this, the southern line of operations, we are fighting a defensive battle today. Might not be the most exciting thing, especially as we are now sitting for 2.5 hours and not much has been happening. But yeah, what can you do? The division commanders will mostly be concerned with bringing up their reserve demi-brigades at the right point in time and managing their cavalry reserves and so forth. If necessary, I might even pull some cavalry from Richeponce to send them north, but that's just if the north is heavily under pressure, or they have an opportunity to attack. Probably that's more likely than the other way around, that I will commit the cavalry to the north. The only concern I have is that I don't really have an operational reserve. So at least one additional infantry division as a reserve to support either Grenier or my own wing here would have been a little bit more relaxing, but I think we should still be in a good position as we are. Yes, that's correct. We do have, so the report I received from Legrand in the north, that was like 45 minutes ago. He said he's hearing enemy movement at Heiligenberg. So marching columns, assumedly. I will assume that by now he is in contact with the enemy. And contact has been made by forward elements of the cavalry along this road. And when I left Grouchy, they basically, that was the moment they came out of the woods here. So there should be fighting going on there. I have not received any reports from Descains, nor from Dotpoul, but they are far away, so they sort of have to act on their own anyway. What I was sort of confused about was why the forward. So each of the pink or the purple lines here should represent a position where initially there was a skirmisher company, but I didn't really get consistent reports of whether they actually were there, or that they actually did skirmish with the enemy or delayed them in any way. So who knows, maybe they were just like forward pickets and not full companies. The order might have been lost somewhere. Cool stuff, Rats. Hello. Nice to see you. It has been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, and I guess I will. I mean, now initially I'm sort of moving around trying to find Grenier and see if the enemy is also attacking in his sector, or at least from the center, from the enemy line of operations center, or if they are just coming from the north. That's the main thing I want to know as soon as possible. And then once I know that, I will return to my headquarters in Hohenlinden and probably not move that much. I might be directly coordinating with Richeprance and Grouchy, my division commanders down there, but otherwise I'm just the coordinator. What's this Kriegsspiel about? It's about the historical Battle of Hohenlinden, fought on December the 3rd, 1800, under the command of General Moreau, against, I believe, Archduke Johann? I think so. Archduke Johann should be in command of the Austro-Bavarian army, or Habsburg-Bavarian army. We are just a few kilometers east of Munich.
Hello, yeah.
Grenier, hello. So where are we at the moment?
So we're getting attacked on two fronts. Well, 2 points, not two fronts necessarily. So the one that's just developing now is coming through from the forest near between Ob and Mitt. I think they call it Uberbusch and Mittenbusch is but they're coming through the forest there. And then the one that's been progressing for the last half an hour is coming through from Push, which is in the northern sector of my position. I was actually going to ride down to Bastille to see how that was progressing, but he's there on the scene at the moment.
Okay, so that's basically more or less all the lines of approach we assumed, right? Only that I would have thought that Le Grand is further to the east already, but...
Yeah, I've not heard anything coming from at my southern sector, which is just to be sure what that's called. New Holland, is that that's the southern sector of my which is being controlled by Ney. He has troops in there. He has artillery covering that position as well. So I was just sending him a dispatch not to be too eager to push his troops forward into the first attack.
Yeah.
But that's it. For your understanding, the map you sent through that everyone got was just too big for me. It wasn't able to run it on my system, so I'm running it with the old Damon blocks. So I don't necessarily know the names and the details of the troops other than them being infantry or heavy or light cavalry.
Okay.
The troop is not such a big.
Weren't you just able to open my module?
The map that you sent me, that's fine. Your one, half of the map was not able to come up, and that's the half of the map that I'm positioned in. There was some error with it.
Oh, that's strange. Okay.
Yeah. So So yeah, it's just. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. Both my know that I'm not working on the details of their groups. That's their job basically. So, yeah, I was just gonna. It's just developing here, but we can't say if it's a big push or anything yet. Could be just a probing attack just to see if they were going to get an easy
Right.
win to push through the forest, but we shall.
Yeah, down south we have as assumed, an advance along the main road, and they are also coming out through the woods now from the east. I haven't heard anything from the far south though.
Okay, so you've moved out of Hohenlinden through the forest a little bit into that open there. Is that correct? Or
No, the enemy is coming through the woods onto our position against Grouchy, basically.
oh, they're coming through directly onto you as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's they're attacking on a broad front through the centre.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I guess we got to deal with our own situations then. I can't necessarily draw troops over to you, and you can't draw troops over to me necessarily. But
right. I hear from Legrand that he has been attacked at Jäger. Where is that? There is it. Well, I'm wondering why he's attacked in column there. What is he doing with his cavalry? Okay.
How far in advance is he of our position?
Yeah, so he seems to be at Jäger. That is, if you see Heiligenberg, it's to the northwest of Heiligenberg. So that means this passage through the wood there to the north, that is open to the enemy at the moment.
Okay. So he was trying to get into position.
Yeah, he was supposed to go further east to Neusing, but apparently he's under attack.
General Moreau, you probably got informed by General Garnier already. You've heard of the battle in the east of you, and you're also getting reports from the south that the Austrians have emerged from the woods and they are now fighting.
Okay, I will return to my headquarters in Hohenlinden.
Okay.
I was going to say, do you want me to send any of my cavalry across to?
To where?
Do you want me to send any troops across to Marshall's position, or?
No, not yet. I will consider whether I send one of Richepense's brigades to the north, but
Marshall should be conducting a fighting retreat if he's under.
Yeah, he should.
Too much pressure. I imagine he sent his cavalry off on a long scouting and left the infantry a little bit isolated. That would be.
No, maybe.
My perception.
Hello, Grenier and Moreau.
Hello.
The situation hasn't changed since last turn. In the last 15 minutes, you see the cavalry has formed up together, up and nicely, And you still hear gunfight east of push. I don't know how you want to say it.
Okay. So that they're not really committing too much here now. That's been about an hour's worth of engagement there near push. So you'd think if this was the front of their attack, it would start to develop a little bit more than that, but it hasn't done.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, it will take them some time to get through the woods there, even on the roads, but yeah. Or maybe it's just forward elements like advanced guards. I don't know.
Well, I'm going down and speak to Bartu myself just to get a bit more of a detailed understanding of what's happening there. But yeah, it's been an hour now by push, and like you said, maybe it's difficult for them to actually bring more troops in to that position. But, and we haven't heard anything from Achilles?
No, nothing.
Okay. His lines of communication wouldn't have been disrupted at all.
I mean, he should have an open line. I mean, it's just that it takes forever to go back to Ebersberg and then to the north to Hohenlinden.
Yeah.
We sent actually some cavalry into the woods there south of Hohenlinden, and there were no enemy forces there whatsoever.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Marshall just might be coming up against the larger portion of the enemy.
Yeah.
And being completely overwhelmed potentially, while Achilles is still on his long hook.
Yeah.
Into position.
Right. I mean, if that turns out to be the case, then feel free to send Faussonnet to support him.
Okay.
And then you just need to make sure that Jobar is sort of your reserve for both divisions.
Yeah.
Or should you need more, let me know, and Response will send one of his brigades.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel the need to send something over to Marshall. For sure, I think. I guess you could really do with Achilles turning to the north as soon as possible. What is his exact brief? What point is he supposed to get to? Again, I can't see the big town there.
General Grenier, what are your orders?
Langdorf, get to.
No, it's me, Devastator. I'm waiting for your orders. What do you want to do?
I'm going to. What was the cavalry again? That I was going to send.
Faussonnet.
Faussonnet.
Fauconnet.
Yeah, I'm going to send. Yeah, I'm going to send Faussonnet over to Legrand's position at.
Just so you know, they are under Bastul's command.
Yeah, I will.
But
I
you
will
are
let
the
him
one
know.
above him.
I will let him know. So I'm sending him to. Again, can't see it on the map properly.
East, west, north, south of where they are currently. We can manage to find where you want them to go.
Just to the south of that position.
South of what? Sorry
to make them
that.
south of Bronze position.
He should be at Jäger. I would actually advise to send them via the main road, so basically around the woods, sort of, and not via the tiny roads.
So where? Because I still don't know, because
back to Reithof on the main road, then north to.
Okay, yeah, I see. All right.
Drenterhof, and then to the east to Jäger.
Okay. And the second order?
I will write to Bartol's position.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Okay. I'll write a dispatch to Nay now to make sure his cavalry is available to support Bastul's position.
Isn't it the other way around, that Fauconnet is under Ney's command?
You could be right.
We have a look at the order of battle.
Well, we know it's Fauconnet that's going, so it's
Oh, it's actually Bastul, you're correct. Well, then I did set them up weirdly, but anyways.
yeah, so it's Jover, isn't it? To position himself more central so they can support both divisions. Okay. One other thing, I've not heard artillery fire, so I don't know if it's because of the weather conditions that it's just the visibility is not great.
Okay. Where's the artillery?
See, I don't want these guys pushing their artillery up into a position so close that it becomes a problem.
Right. Well, maybe the infantry has just to retreat a little bit to open the lines of fire. That might be the case.
I think there's some good high ground on this side of the creek that we could draw them onto. So yeah, maybe that. I'll go and see Bastel, see how things are developing, then I might order a general retreat back onto the high ground and give them the creek area.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the situation is as it's now, just try to delay them as long as you can. But if they should start pressing, then pull back onto the hills.
Yeah. Okay.
And there he goes. Off he goes. Right. Well, I'm a little bit concerned that apparently Legrand got caught in column, but okay, I'm back in Hohenlinden now. And so far we didn't have reports from an attack along this line, right? Let's see if I can get a little bit of insight on what is going on down south here. And I also hope to receive a dispatch from Descamps or ideally even Dotpoul. I mean, sending Brigade Fossonnet to the north is already like a decision point we didn't want to make. I didn't want to have at this point in time. But Sahuka and Losse can still form a central reserve unless Richepanse is pressed heavily either along this road if Bastoul is giving ground or here. But yeah, I mean the main thrust should hit Grouchy anyway, and then I mean Richeprance is just in the position to basically support this kill zone if you want to kill it, call it that. He also has a battery which basically can fire down this line to enfilade any enemy battle formation that might form up on these slopes. So we see how that goes. It would actually now be important to know if the alternative enemy line of operation is active or not. But now that there is combat going on right in front of Hohenlinden, I would probably not be able to hear should there be combat down south. But I also don't want to ride there. So it might be another dispatch that I have to send. Who is playing as Descamps? Sheephead. Well, he should know that he's supposed to send dispatches. He's an experienced player. Also, I think a relentlessly aggressive player, which doesn't quite align with his orders and the task he's supposed to play. Unless unleashed, but I don't think we are there yet. I want to have the enemy committed along the main line. And then we can activate him.
Hello, General Moreau.
Hello.
So you are back in Hohenlinden. As you arrive, they immediately report you that they are in heavy fights with the enemy in the south.
Are they also coming at us from the east?
Not from the direction of what's it called, Amberg?
Yeah.
Just from Pilkar and
interesting. Okay. And that's all. I guess I can't hear any sort of comet noise from the far southeast, like artillery or anything.
Yeah, you can hear sounds of battle, I think, yeah, from there should be artillery there. Yeah, you can hear artillery fire, sure.
Okay, well, thank you. I will stay in Hohenlinden.
Okay. See you later.
See ya. Okay, a dispatch to Descamps is then. Would have been nice to know that he's engaged with the enemy. Is that actually Steinering or Heinering? I think it's Steinering. Steinering. Somewhere there at least. I am back in Hohenlinden and it's 8:30. Citoyen. Let's see, a dispatch from Lutpool has arrived. And he had at 7:45, that's about an hour ago, enemy cavalry at Albaching. Holding though. So we assume that he was scouting and is by now moving past. Please confirm if this is the case. I hear from Dotpool that enemy cavalry occupies Albaching. The attack along the center, the enemy attack. The enemy attack along the center has still not fully developed. By far, I might add, by far not. However, their main push appears to be via Heiligenberg. Well, is it or is it not? That's an assumption. Maybe not. Legrand hasn't told me what size he's fighting, size of force he's fighting. So oh, is there another dispatch coming in? I see umpire typing. That's always an indication of something going on. Es lebe die Republik.
Oh, there he is, Moreau. Hello.
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 Hello, hello.
Hello all. How you doing, Grushi?
The situation is interesting. We've been engaged by 3 Austrian infantry battalions towards the southern east, and then we have received pot shots from, it looks like, Bavarian infantry towards the more northern part of the east.
I also have basically that northern infantry you're talking about. I'm also hearing or also saw 2 enemy cavalry squadrons near that infantry in the forest. I do not see them anymore.
Yes, it appears that I'll try and get some things here. All right, here they are. It appears they're in front of the 46th Demi Brigade now. At least the infantry. The cavalry was somewhere here as well, but that has just disappeared. Maybe it's somewhere over here now. I can't see it certainly, but I have 3 infantry battalions actually. Let's see.
Yeah, I can't see shit because of the smoke. Can you guys see anything?
Yeah, I can't see anything either because of the
Fuck.
smoke on the south. But if you look at my stream, I know that this should roughly be where they are located. It may be that these battalions have advanced further by now.
2 of those
Actually,
battalions I thought were cavalry instead of
Actually,
infantry.
I just got another screenshot. It looks like I'm engaged in musket range with the Bavarian infantry battalions.
Why the hell is the artillery not supporting our infantry line?
Mine is at least, but it looks like, yeah, the northern artillery piece on my screenshot isn't shooting.
Yeah.
Let me check mine.
So status for
Good
General
question.
Moreau, I think you already essentially heard that. You see the enemy engaging southeast of you. Yeah, that's what's going on.
Generals, were you given update yet?
We did not receive a formal update from an umpire yet. At least I did not.
Well, what happens is that the smoke is still high, and the Iranians are shooting somewhere into the smoke. That is true for the units engaged with the Austrians. But the Bavarians on the other side, east from you, have advanced and engaged you in a close firefight. Like they're really close. Well, you can see where it says Deroy. That's where they advanced. You also get a report from skirmishers who say they apparently routed the entire Austrian line.
I get a report from skirmishers that they routed an entire Austrian line. Is that what you just said?
Not you, the Grushi gets it, but you all hear it.
Okay.
Looks like those skirmishers did well. I sent some skirmishers into the wood line east southwards of my troops to skirmish with the Austrians, to slow them down a bit, which is what that was. I'll also quickly reposition things right here on my stream.
We have 3 cav brigades in reserve. I think we might be able to commit one now. We still have 2 left, so don't think we should really be too cautious with using those.
I see absolutely no purpose in committing the cavalry at this point.
Well, we figured
We'll discuss.
We figured the Milaret and Sahuk Cav are at a perfect angle to hit them on their flank as they hit our friendly lines. So I wouldn't mind committing one, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
you guys say that any commit one, I wouldn't mind doing it.
My infantry is getting hit pretty hard in the combat. The southern one, I have placed the reserve brigade, but the reserve regiment behind them so that they can be reinforced. But my northern one is engaged by 3 Austrian battalions. I think 3, maybe 2 Austrian battalions as well. And I only have 1 battalion to reinforce those.
Walter should still have a full demi brigade in reserve.
Yeah, Walter, if he doesn't get engaged by any Bavarians, he's probably gonna want to try and support me.
Yeah.
I was just wondering why that artillery is not shooting.
Yeah,
I'm not sure either.
Why
They should
is
have
it
great
not
shots with that grapeshot right there.
I think I might order myself to go there and tell them to just start shooting like immediately.
Generals, you have orders? What do you do?
Okay, I'm gonna move to the left of the line. I'm gonna move to Walter, guys, to see what's going on there.
Sure.
So for me, Colin, I'm gonna move to the left. I want to move to the left extent of the line, so furthest left, so I can watch along the line back towards the southeast. And I want to, as I go there, I want to go to the artillery along that line and tell them to start shooting if they see anything, because I feel like they're not shooting and they should be shooting. So I want to check on why they're not shooting those artillery units. And that is it for now. Yeah, that's it.
Grushi, what do
I
you want?
will take the 4th Hussars. Looks like it says right here. I will take the 4th Hussars, and I will instruct them to form up behind behind the current position of the 8th Demi Brigade, so that they're basically on the left flank of battle line right now.
You mean you want boy to aim up?
Yes,
Cavalry.
the 4th Hussars. Yeah, Hussars.
Hussars. Okay, I see. I thought those were chasseurs. Okay.
Yeah, no worries. It's Hussars. My apologies.
No, it is Hussars. I just thought it's
Okay, it says Hussars here. I suppose it's misspelled, but they're going to move to the left flank to form up behind the 8th Demi Brigade, and then I will move the 11th Chasseurs, the 2 squadrons I have in reserve right now, to go form up behind the 108th Demi Brigade, however quite a distance out, there to form up half a kilometer behind the 8th Demi Brigade. And I believe that is all. Let me see. I will instruct the 3rd Battalion of the 46th Demi Brigade to form into line, leaving gaps, however, if the rest of the 46th Demi Brigade needs to retreat through it. But the 3rd Battalion of the 46th Demi Brigade is also to form line. Should I repeat or clarify anything in that?
no.
Right, nice.
Okay. Hi, General Moreau. Any orders from you?
No, I will stay here.
Okay.
Hi, Gushi.
Hello.
We need to be careful here, because expect that if one breaks, one of those units, that the other ones will also take hits. They might break as well, because they see their other side breaking, so... It might not look like we're in trouble, but if 2 units all of a sudden break and the units behind that get disorganized and shit, then we might already have a small
Yeah,
pickle
that may be a problem. I'm leaving gaps in all of the units I'm lining up in depth, so that there can be an organized, or at least they won't get disorganized by units retreating through them, so that we're already prepared for that eventuality or possibility. That way, the effects of that should be mitigated. And I have quite a... If you look at my stream on the southern part, I formed up an entire regiment behind the other, so they should be relatively confident in themselves, but at least if they're not conscripts, which I don't believe they are. But yeah, I see what you mean. That's definitely a big risk.
Yeah, but don't get too nervous. I don't want you to overcommit your cavalry early on. They are basically a one shot, and if we throw them away just to scare some single regiments, that's a waste.
I'm just saying we have 3 different brigades though, so it's not like we have like a one-time use and then we're done. We can use 1 brigade and still have 2 left. That's just all I'm saying. But I totally agree with your assessment.
Yeah,
I think we're holding good now. We're doing good.
Yeah.
Yep. We did send 1 brigade from Grenier's wing to the north because apparently Legrand is in a bit of a trouble. But we don't know yet how that actually looks. I mean, he hasn't reported about the size, only that his column was under attack.
Yeah.
And Grenier felt the need to send a full cavalry brigade in his support. Especially as he didn't have any reports from attacks from the center, so to say. So only from the right wing of the enemy center, and then coming down potentially from Heiligenberg. So it might be
Do you know anything about the south, about Hautpool and
haven't heard anything from Deccan, but there seems to be artillery fire from his position, so maybe there are enemies along that alternative line of operations. I've requested an immediate report. I have a report from Dodpool, who spotted a bunch of enemy cavalry squadrons at Albaching, but they were just stationary.
I sent a message a while back informing them that we're in contact here, and that if practicable, consider maybe a flanking attack, but I don't think that's going to materialize at all. He's probably too busy down there. But I told him we're holding good here.
Yeah.
If it arrived, I hope it arrived.
Yeah. I mean, we are still not at the point in time where if they had the space, that Deccan should be committed. I think we'll have to get the enemy to actually bloody their nose a little bit along our line before we can do that.
Yeah. I think the Austrians on the southern part of my line, at least, must have suffered pretty badly by now.
Mm-hmm.
I have 1 disruption level on one of them, I think. 1 disruption level on both, I think. And then 2 exclamation marks in a yellow background on the southern battalion, which isn't great, but the Austrians must have a lot of disruption by now, at least 2 or 3.
Yeah.
They attacked me and they were under canister shot as well during that.
Mm-hmm. And given the terrain, I mean, if they give ground, they basically plug the road for any reinforcements coming up. So it's all in our favor.
That's a good point. I haven't thought about that. That's a very good point.
I've got some skirmishers as well in the south of the Austrians right there. I've got about 3 companies from the reserve regiment in that wood line just skirmishing with them. I think that's heavily disrupting the operations as well in the south of my formation.
All right. So things are slowly starting to develop. I hope that Descamps didn't take Response's message as an order to attack, which I fear he did, given its sheephead. But we shall see. We shall see. So far, everything is going as planned. Besides the north, maybe. Marshall should have been further to the east early on.
Oh,
Hello?
Hello.
Jesus.
he did. So, generals, is it's 9:00. And you should get your screenshot now. The blizzard has cleared, and so did the smoke from fighting. And now you can see quite clearly that Austrians moved away. And I also included something in the forest where your skirmishers are, but we wouldn't really see them.
Yeah.
The Austrians moved away and have now retreated far distance back. They're firing into you with artillery, but your artillery is silent for now because they just didn't see anything up until the smoke cleared.
Yeah.
The infantry, the skirmishers infantry, are engaging some Bavarians even more north, apparently. And the cavalry has now formed up where they are. Well, that's about it.
Yep.
Oh, and you see friendly artillery also firing from the north. I'll be back for the orders.
Okay, hi, umpire for General Moreau. I think you essentially heard everything. You have nearly the same picture. You see a lot farther now, but not through the smoke to the east. So that's blocking you.
Yep. I'm still good where I am.
You're muted, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still good where I am. I will stay here.
Okay, nothing else?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, it's certainly a relief that the Austrians have retreated, at least for now. I'll have to quickly.
Yeah, I mean, again, we still have reserves, and them coming up and taking the spots in the line allows the other battalions to rally up again.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think I'm gonna replace the regiment that was just engaged with them with the reserve regiment. And then I will just have the 57th act as the new reserve regiment and kind of regroup and reorganize.
Oh, do you have orders?
Yes, I will. I quickly have to address this right here. I will instruct the 57th Demi Brigade to basically to retire through the 108th Demi Brigade through the gaps that were left in the lines and that. And then the 108th Demi Brigade is to advance to take the spot of the previous spot of the 57th Demi Brigade. So basically, the 57th and the 108th Demi Brigade just change places. In addition to that,
What?
let's see. It looks like the reserve battalion of the 46th Demi Brigade is at a bit of an odd angle. If I see right, I will instruct them to be facing the Bavarians towards the east.
So
Apart from
which battalion is at odd angle?
in the last screenshot I received, the 3rd Battalion of the 46th Demi Brigade seems to be at a bit of an odd angle.
Yeah, this is not a battalion. This is more like a mob of people. I forgot to tell you. You know, fighting happens. Some people run away.
Okay, so those are men from the 1st and 2nd Battalions who have fled.
They're now in the process of. Well, it's hard to tell if they fled or maybe the
They
battalion
retreated at
commander
least.
retreated
Moved
and
back.
like it's one or the other. They will need to reform anyway.
Alright, that sounds good. They're to reform then, and the 3rd Battalion is to reform at that place as well, because I can't see them right now anywhere. It looks like they just became part of the blob. So they are to do that. And I believe... yeah, that will be all.
Yeah, in case you're worried about the 46 giving ground, maybe next turn might be a good decision to bring down the 48th to potentially replace them.
The 48th?
Yeah, which is up with Voltaire on the right flank of Voltaire. Or isn't it still there? I think it is.
The 48th. Ah, that one, yeah. I'm replacing it with the 108th Demi Brigade. That's my reserve regiment.
Let me have a look.
I'm streaming it right
yeah,
now as well.
Yeah.
It's these guys replacing these guys.
I meant the one that is facing to the east. Isn't that the 46?
The Bavarians. These ones which are fighting the Bavarians.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I think that sounds sensible. The 48th isn't actually part of my command, I'm pretty sure. But I think, given the circumstances, I'll tell them to move over anyhow.
Is it not?
Can I do that?
Yeah, let me double check.
I mean, I suppose you can tell them to go over, which definitely works.
Yeah. Let me see.
Oh, it also looks like
right, yeah,
Bavarians
Voltaire.
are...
Right, you're right. Voltaire's response. Okay.
Looks like the Bavarians are a bit farther back, actually. That's kind of good.
But I mean, yeah, well. Yeah. Okay, I will try to find out because it seems that Response isn't really under much pressure, so that Rouet
Yeah.
doesn't seem to be under attack, and his artillery is also sort of firing down the line to the
His men don't
south.
appear to be shooting the 8th Demi Brigade. That's kind of odd. Although I think there are Bavarians shooting at them, it looks like. His artillery is also still not firing.
Yeah, that's weird. Why did what's that? The third, yeah, third horse
Yeah,
guns.
that's the third artillery.
I will inquire.
I'm not sure what they're doing. But artillery must be able to do some good work against the Bavarians in such close range.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it's for these division commanders it's now just about sort of shuffling the battalions as needed, bringing the fresh ones up, allowing the ones who get disrupted in the firefight to rest and recover, and just basically hold the line as best as they can. Terrain is in our favor, and should we need it, we still have the cavalry that we can commit for a countercharge.
Advantages should be that I'm pretty close to the front line here.
Mhm.
So if anyone tries to retreat, I can just encourage them not to.
Yeah, that should have an effect.
Still haven't gotten any reports from those skirmishers he sent out, but I think they just all died.
Yeah, or they were assumed to retire and were just not sort of actually on the table. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. Well, I suppose I would have expected them. I would have expected to see them retire from me, but yeah, maybe they were just ignored.
Yeah. Regarding the able archer, should I wait a second? I have to reread what you said.
Looks like the Austrians disengaged, by the way.
Very good.
Artillery is still not firing at them, though. Looks like I've successfully replaced the southern part of my line, though, which is nice.
Very good.
Generals.
Yes.
The artillery friendly enemy picks up. Suddenly, there's 100. No, it appears that there's 100 Austrian guns firing at you. I mean, as if there's 100. Well, so much so that units you ordered to retreat were immediately routed as soon as any retrograde movement began. But other than that, not much has changed. And
it looks like the Bavarians disengaged.
Yeah, they did. They did last turn, I think.
Looks like the artillery is still not engaging them, but oh well.
The artillery engages Austrian troops.
Oh yeah, my artillery is engaging. I'm just noticing that the artillery of Walter isn't engaging the Austrians.
Oh yeah, they stop because the skirmishers block their view.
Okay.
Well, they should make way. Put fields of fire for the artillery.
You could go over and I'm not sure. I don't remember the exact meaning of routed. Does it mean that they're gonna keep running away, or they're just gonna reorganize my backline?
They might keep running away until they consider they found a safe spot. So that might be once they reach the wagons or the wood line.
In that case, you could quickly ride over to them to just encourage them not to run that far away. So that we'll have them back a bit faster.
Right. I mean, they might probably still want to grab some supplies from.
Yeah, that's reasonable either way if they need more ammunition or anything like that.
But yeah, rallying them a little bit quicker might help. That's true.
That sounds good then. Oh yeah, that. Well, at least we have a reason for why the artillery isn't firing now.
Yeah, well.
It's not a terribly good one necessarily, though.
It's just, I mean, we can't change the layout of these blocks. But it's also unreasonable to call back a whole company of skirmishers just because the artillery's.
I suppose you could make some gaps in it.
Yeah. Oh, that's a big screenshot here. Let's have a look. Oh yes, oh man, the artillery urgently needs to open fire. Oh wow. Is that Frede there, or who is? Can't read that. Probably not.
But yeah, they seem to have a lot of artillery in the south now, which is unfortunate for us.
Mm-hmm.
I also see at least a regiment. That's at least 2 regiments right there. Probably that's one of their brigades. I'm not sure if it's a new one though, or if it's one that's already degraded. We have new infantry as well now though, so it should be good. Actually have 2 entire battalions in reserve for those 2 lines now, so we could do another replacement if needed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. So what do you do?
I will. I am going to the 2 battalions behind the first 2 battalions in the 108th Demi Brigade. The 2 battalions behind those 2 front battalions. I'm going to order them to form up next to each other in the formation. They're not form up, but just move next to each other. Right now they're behind and in front of each other. I'm just gonna move them so that they're next to each other, so that if they need to, they can form up in line and replace the lines in front. But they're not gonna go into line yet. They're just gonna go next to each other instead
Okay.
of the formation they're in right now. And
Do you
I
also...
think
Sorry, go ahead.
I think that's gonna be all. That's what I was gonna say. What did you mean to say?
I was just asking if Colin is also taking my orders, or if...
I mean, I can't take your orders because they're going to be moved somewhere. So
Yeah, so first of all, I want to urgently send an aide to Walter's brigade and tell him that the skirmishers should be capable themselves to open gaps for the artillery. They should immediately open fire along the roads to the east to support Drouet. And then I personally will ride westwards to link up with these routing battalions there. I want to encourage them to rally and grab some supplies.
Hello, General Moreau.
Hello.
So you see, well,
I guess I
doesn't look that
actually,
much different.
yeah, I think I already have received the report because I was listening in with when Agent got his.
Yeah.
And I also already gave my orders, but I can repeat them if that's helpful for you. Want to send one aide to Voltaire and especially his horse gun batteries, or respectively the 8th Demi Brigade, that the skirmishers in front should be capable of opening gaps for the artillery to immediately open fire against that enemy column coming down the road from the east. And I personally will ride to the southwest to link up with the routing battalions, encourage them to rally and grab some supplies from their supply trains and then bring them back to Grouchy.
Southwest, the 4 cavalry brigades there.
No, they are routing infantry battalions. I think I can't quite.
These one, the 2.
Yeah.
Over there. Okay. And rally them. Okay.
What's the small piece next to the northern one? with the small square with the 2 disruptions or whatever that is?
That's also an infantry demi brigade
Oh, okay.
in baggage train form.
How'd they get routed?
No, not in column.
Okay, so I assume they are rallying there. All right.
I don't know what happened to them, but that demi brigade, is that the 3rd demi brigade?
I think it might be the 3rd battalion of the 46th.
Oh yeah, the 46th, the 3rd battalion, yeah, because they weren't engaged in combat yet. I don't know. I mean, I guess they could have gotten scared, but I don't know why they would rout.
Who knew?
Very interesting, certainly. We shall see. I guess those can be rallied as well by you.
Right. I'll just wave my big hat.
Yes, you should have more authority
Mm.
with a higher rank, so that should actually work nicely.
I'm wondering if they in 1800 still had commissars for the army, or if they already sort of dissolved the function when Robespierre was overthrown.
Hmm.
I don't think they did the Directoire. I think still had them. Interesting question.
Looks like there's at least 2 brigades of Bavarians on the left, on our left flank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It looks like cavalry. Lovette has been moved up a bit.
Yeah.
Losette has been moved up a bit.
Yeah, I've just received 2 dispatches from Richeponce, and he confirms that another enemy column approaching through the woods. Committed 1 battalion from my reserve. 5 new battalions coming from the east through the forest or on the northern road, and 3 1 cavalry squadrons. Okay.
What sort of Bavarians?
Yes.
We may need to deploy the 48th Demi Brigade to counter those as well. Actually, I think it may have already been deployed, yeah. I think it has been. And Losette is behind it.
Yeah, looks like you're right. I will let him know that I am making sure that his artillery should support him in a minute. Let's see, he is probably at Preußendorf. I see.
It looks like the southern flank may be getting pushed. I see that my cavalry has moved back a bit.
Interesting.
I think that maybe because they've...
Hi.
Hi.
General Moreau. So you moved to those units to rally them. You also had this inquiry to the horse gun brigade. I think you see at the edge of the screenshot that they are now actually fighting and engaging with the enemy. Part of that, well, you got some dispatches.
Mm-hmm. So what's the status of the man then I'm with?
Well, they are quite disrupted. They will need some time to get back into fighting mode.
I want them to form up behind, well, whatever that regiment might be. Well, in any case, be at Grandjean's disposal in 30 minutes. And I will... Where should I go? I think about it and ping you. I'll have to read the dispatches quickly.
Yeah, it's okay. I will check back.
Thank you. Okay, interesting. So there's a report from Haute-Poule, who is near Albaching. So apparently he did not then advance further, but is somewhere around here. And he is firing onto enemy holes, at least one division, moving west down the valley. That does seem to be a serious effort by the enemy in the south. Okay. I send a dispatch to Descamps, Espagne. Well, probably not Espagne, but Haute-Poule in any case. I'll dismount my horse, shake some hands, clap some backs, hand out some bags of wine to the men, and then return to my HQ in Hohenlinden. Steinering, Descamps, north of Steinering, Haute-Poule. Haute-Poule said he was where? Albaching. And time is 09:30. Let's see. So a dispatch to Descamps, north of Steinering, Haute-Poule at Albaching, Moreau, Linden, 09:30. Once the enemy column has reached Descamps' position of or the area north of him.
Hi, hello. So I've seen what you wrote in the chat. That's essentially your order.
Yes.
Okay, headquarters on Linden, right? Good.
Thank you very much. So, there is a typo there. Once the enemy column has reached the Khan's position or the area north of him, launch an attack at the head and rear of their column and rout them. The pool will then pursue while the Khan launches attack against enemy line of operations south. The enemy is bloodying his nose along the center, but still not fully committed. And committing a second. The time you need to advance should bring you in a perfect position. And then I had a dispatch from Legrand, who seems to be west of Heiligenberg, so still at Jäger, apparently. Enemy attack 2 columns, Heiligenberg and Jäger. Enemy seems to possess superiority in every respect. So I will send another dispatch then to Legrand at Jäger, apparently, assumedly. Moreau. Understood. Okay, what sort of specific orders do I have for Legrand? With the assigned support of Brigade Forcenet, conduct the toughest retiring action. All right, so it just reassured Legrand in the north to, especially as he has now Fossonet's cavalry brigade at his disposal to conduct the toughest delaying action he possibly can. And yeah, that's about it. I'm not sure if Soik should go north. I haven't heard from Grenier. Did I send a dispatch to Grenier recently? Yes, I did. Very good. So there should be an update coming in pretty soon. It's also a great relief to hear that Descamps was not yet engaged, actually. That was good. That's very good. And from what Dudepool reports, there seems to be an enemy cavalry division advancing here. So my orders are now for them to hit the head of the column, attack the rear of the column, potentially. I mean, I didn't explicitly say so, but they could potentially throw this brigade through the gap here, rout this division basically, then have Dudepool pursue them, which should also allow him to get into the position he was supposed to go in the first place, and then Descamps to continue through the woods here, which will be very rough going, but to attack the enemy flank basically. It's a very difficult task, especially when the enemy is not here, but is coming down this road, which sort of, I mean, it slows them down, especially with the condition of the roads, but it also, the woods also sort of protect them. I'm even thinking that this might be too early of an order to commit them, but I mean, we are at 09:30 already. I think historically the battle continued for like 3 or 4 hours, but I might be mistaken. Can't quite remember at the moment. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it still takes time for the message to get there, and for the enemy to advance, and then for them to fight them and destroy them before they can turn north. So I will assume that the timing is perfect, as it should be, as it was planned, but we shall see. I've received another screenshot, and apparently, pull this over here so you can see that. Apparently, so these are our units and these are enemies. These should be Bavarians. Yeah, it's Vrede's division. Vrede probably the best, so historically speaking, the best of the Bavarian generals. And he seems to be in charge of this division here. Or brigade, rather. It's a brigade at this point. Yeah, but anyway, he's in a good position. The cavalry has been brought up slightly. He has a full, I mean, he doesn't have the space, I would think, to commit these guys. Let's have a look. So that is, was that Sahyk? No, that's Lorcé is here in Sahyk. Sahyk. Seems like Sahyk was moved to here. And these guys were deployed somewhat like this. Maybe not quite as far. Might still have, well, the 1st Battalion of the 27th here in reserve. I'm not sure if he does. No, I think it's actually here. So I will assume that he has vacated Preußen. What was that? Preußendorf? Yes, Preußendorf. cavalry's here. This cavalry, Lossé, has been brought up to about here.
Hello, General.
Hello.
So you talked with the troops. They appreciated you showing up, the high command. They did feel a little bit better. But then you quickly left to go for the headquarters. And yeah, you get a better view of the battleground to the north now. There is some fighting still going on, but the Bavarian enemies on the hills, they seem to be all looking back. Yeah, seems you've successfully pushed them back.
Yeah, but I don't have indications that they would be, I don't know, wavering and breaking. Probably not.
No.
Okay.
By the way, they are actually next to Richepons. I don't know.
Richepons.
Richepons. I will move him into that. Oh, he's with our head empire currently. That looks fine. Okay, I'll move you over to him.
Sure.
And then check back.
Response, how are things going?
Going good for now. I am holding the left flank on Drouet's line, basically in that village there. Currently holding. I still have 1 battalion in reserve. I've brought the cavalry of Lucette a bit closer to 1, if they need a charge, their response time will be quicker, and 2, maybe deter an enemy attack a little bit on my left. Because I feel like if one of those battalions on the left will break, the other one will probably break as well. But I think there's no issue at the moment. I think I can hold here fine with how it's going now, at least.
Right, yeah. Seems like the Bavarians have actually pulled back, so the artillery seems to have some effect. Yeah,
I just don't know what's going on. What other forces are behind that half circle there? I don't see what else is back there. So who knows? There's some more shit behind there.
Yeah, there seems to be a marching column coming out of the woods, but...
Okay, I do not see that. Thank you for informing me about that. How is the southern part doing?
Doing alright. They had 1 demo brigade rout, but they are rallying up again and they brought up their reserve, so everything is alright. The enemy was repelled there as well. They all pulled back. So,
do you have any orders for me specifically? Anything you want me to do or something?
Not really. I think continue as you do. And yeah, I have now received word from the far south, from Dotpool and Descamps. Descamps is actually not engaged. It's Dotpool who is firing at an enemy cavalry division, it appears.
Okay.
But they seem to be advancing along this southernmost line to the west now. So I've now issued the order for Descamps to attack the head of their column, Dotpool the rear, and once they are out of the way, then Descamps should continue northwards to launch his attack, the enemy flank.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm awaiting a new report from Grenier. I haven't heard what the status is there, but I know from Le Grand, so from the far north, that the enemy is strongly pushing in the north with 2 columns, 1 against him and 1 through the gap of Heiligenberg.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so I mean, he has been reinforced with a very strong cavalry brigade already, but should the enemy continue to push him, we will have to reconsider. I mean, there's still the woods in between, so we should, if he manages to retire southwards, that should still be alright.
Worst case scenario, there's still an entire light cavalry brigade here, which he could, if he really needs more help, we can send him 1 more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, going well. I'll be right back.
How is this called? Städten. almost 4.5 hours game time now. Oh well, not game time, but like real time. Even though half an hour was setting the game up, but yeah. Yep. And I fear, I mean, it's interesting. Well, wait a minute. I will actually look up how long the battle took historically, because that might be an interesting indication. So first units of Division Colorado reached around 7 o'clock the exits of the forest, and so that's down south here at Hohenlinden. So that's basically where the main battle began. There were engagements before that, and then Richepons, who historically was in the south, I believe. Yes. Received the report at... No, he gave the report at 0900 to commence the attack in this area. And then he basically returned at 1500 hours and drove the enemy back to Hague. Yeah, well, we see how it goes.
Hello.
Hello. Did you get updates yet?
We did not know.
So, there is some more fighting going on, but it doesn't get into the close quarters. You heard the same from the south, where cannons are still shooting, but there doesn't seem to be much more than that. Yeah, that's about it.
Thank you.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah.
So no orders, just watch the spectacle.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. See you later.
How long do you think it takes for smoke to dissipate? Because my artillery battery has been firing for a long while, so I'm figuring maybe to tell them to cease fire for like 15 minutes unless something really happens. So the smoke can dissipate a bit so they'll be more accurate again, because I feel like they're not doing shit anymore with how blind they are now.
Right, yeah, makes sense.
We'll see how
50
it
minutes
goes.
should be sufficient, unless,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I also have another battery deploying now, which will be fresh and there won't have smoke in front of him, so we'll have some other fire going on in the meanwhile.
Right. And especially considering that we had a blizzard this morning, there should be some wind to dissipate the smoke. So yeah, 50 minutes.
Oh
should
yeah,
be-
that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see those. Oh yeah. Did they muster already? Those units in the south that broke earlier. Did they muster already? Or muster? What do you call it? Regroup? Rally?
Yeah, it seems like they are still back there on that road rallying.
Yeah.
At least I see one of them.
I've not heard anything from Bastul and Ney in the north. I'm not sure what's going on with them right now.
I don't know either. I have requested a report.
I hope he's blocking my north as he should, because if he's leaving this road open, then I might.
Right. So the last dispatch I got from Grenier was the enemy is making more of an effort to push near Ob. That's Oberbuchheim. Yeah, okay, so that's their central position basically. There. Ney has good position, is also moving to reinforce. Okay. Well, yeah, it seems like Legrand might have to give ground. We have to see if the counterattack he's currently launching with the new cavalry brigade is effective or not. But yeah, I'm still not quite sure where the actual main push of the enemy is.
Yeah, I don't really feel like this is really their main effort, to be honest.
Yeah, it
really many
somewhat
units.
seems to be the north, because Legrand
Yeah.
indicates about like 3 columns moving there, but
Yeah.
don't know if that are actually like, I don't know, corps size columns or wing columns, or just individual brigades or regiments.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've told him if he can't hold the position there to threaten Heiligenberg, then he should actually pull back behind the woods. So on a line from, what's that, Schwillach to Barkstetten maybe. So
That column you were talking about earlier, which was behind that half circle line, has not come up yet. I don't see any new units appearing yet. So
yeah, it looked
not
like
sure if
they
he's just
were
keeping it as reserve or.
it somewhat looked like they were moving to the south, so maybe they are deploying in the direction of Pirka.
Oh yeah, yeah. Alright, we'll see how it goes.
Yep.
Did I give any orders this turn? No, right?
No.
He didn't come back yet, that's why I'm...
I think he assumed that we just stay here and watch.
Oh, shit, yeah. Okay, I'll tell the artillery the ceasefire next turn then, I guess.
Yeah, or just ping him.
I was under the impression a different umpire was taking orders. Have you received briefing? Or
Yeah,
an update?
Sorry, say again?
Did you receive an update?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
My orders are just for my artillery batteries that are with the 8th Demi Brigade and next to the 46th Demi Brigade to cease their fire as they've been shooting a long time and the smoke is really obscuring their fires. I wanted to stop firing, let the smoke dissipate for maybe 15 minutes and then let them re-engage again.
Okay.
And that's pretty much all.
Okay. Moreau, do you have any orders?
Yeah, I will move down to Grouchy because the player has to leave right now, and I can take over for him as well.
Very well. Thank you.
Is there a way to translate this page? Create a Jitsi meeting? No. Why do I even have that installed?
So, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, the fighting does continue, but no side really makes any progress here from what you can see. The same reports are coming from the south. And one meta thing is the Grouchy player is apparently leaving.
Right.
Which means you can take over the what you see in your south his units there.
Yeah, will do. I will move to Grouchy's position and take command.
Mm-hmm.
And
Any orders already, or should I check back?
no, that's basically all I'm going to do this turn.
No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting to see in which condition Grouchy's division is at the moment. Excuse me. Welp. I'm gonna mute myself for a moment. All right. They advance on the white front. Are they concentrated somewhere? Yeah, well, that's a big question, right? It seems to be that they are doing a stronger than expected push in the north. But other than that, everybody else is holding their ground. I'm a little bit concerned about Grouchy, but the reserves should... I mean, the other units should be rallied now to act as a reserve, and he still has the cavalry there. And, well, having a cavalry division screening down here, that's not giving away a lot. So if that's just the one cavalry division, okay. The current old pool should be able to deal with that. Other than that, yeah, I mean, the thing is, the enemy army should, if we are dealing with the historical order of battle here, they should have a smaller army than we do, actually, by about 10,000 men. But still, I mean, it doesn't look like there is one concentrated push in any specific position or location. Will be interesting to see the Empire map and find out where things are actually happening. So it might still be that there's a considerable amount of units within the center here, behind those woods, and slowly pouring out. So yeah, it will be interesting to decide the point in time when to launch the cavalry. The issue is that these are all light horse. Hussars. Let's see what Grouchy got. Well, he has cavalry, but that's only 2 squadrons, right? Yeah, the others are hussars and chasseurs. Cavalry basically is, well, might be cuirassiers, but more likely sort of dragoons at this point in time. One would have to double check their condition. 6th cavalry. We could actually try and do that. Not sure if the if the umpires are aware of their condition. So Régiment de cavalerie. No, not the American. The French. There's a 6th regiment of cuirassiers. What were they before they became cuirassiers? Here. On the 1st of January 1791, all regiments are renamed by just their branch of arms, so cavalry in this case. In 1805, they were transformed to cuirassiers. So, what were they then? Chef de Brigade Cacat is in command of them. They were at the Battle of Hohenlinden. Who would have thought? Well, it doesn't really say, unfortunately. So we assume they are some sort of dragoons at this point in time. I mean, they are only marked as medium cavalry, whatever that should be. Anyway, I think the categorization of light, medium, and heavy cavalry is misleading. It's actually all about being either campaign or battle cavalry. Yeah, and I'm aware that it's not very exciting to look at my map probably because not a lot is changing. I'm not moving all the blocks around. Otherwise I should have replaced some of these with others and all that, but it's just here to give me a vague impression of the current situation. And that's also why I'm showing you the screenshots when I get them. Of course, they are a little bit more atmospheric. I think what I want to potentially do next turn is pull the 4th Hussars back down here to rejoin Boy. Boy. My boy. He's my boy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So let's see what all the email fuss is about. Okay, no clue what that's about. The Royal Canadians. Okay. Well. There's a new screenshot we can look at. The enemy is bringing up new units. There seems to be combat in the south. Wait a minute. That's the Poles. What? Me going, why are the Poles engaged already? That's Kniazewicz's brigade, the Polish Legion and the Polish Uhlans, the glorious Polish Lancers. Well, either way, they seem to be coming out of the woods here. Now I'm a little bit scared about the remaining forces of Descamps. He's supposed to attack this cavalry or resist that cavalry division. I have no clue where Espagne is. We'll assume as he was assigned to him. This was pretty interesting shuffle through. Hello.
Hello. So you see, you're on your little hill watching the spectacle. As you can see in the southeast, where the road comes out of the forest, there have been some fighting going on with infantry, and there is cavalry spilling out, deploying into the field, and preparing for battle.
The glorious Polish Lancers. Well, it's a surprise to see them here.
You can think a little. I'll
Sure.
check back on you.
Thank you. So these 3 battalions are still not rallied. And I'm not sure what I should think about that. Okay, and I've received a dispatch from Legrand that apparently the cavalry attack didn't go so well and he has to pull back. And I heard some rumors that something probably similarly strange happened in the south, which is will be something to discuss in the after action report with the umpires. Have the Poles brought artillery? I cannot see. So I see the Polish Legion here, and it seems to be bringing up massed columns behind. But other than that, I don't see anything particularly indicating that there would be artillery there. I think I have to support their attack now. I mean, the cavalry deploying in musket range of the infantry is probably not going to be their best experience ever. I'm concerned about this battalion here, particularly. But it also seems like the enemy... Well, that's enemy cavalry here. I guess I'm going to pull these, the hussars, to replace these guys. Then bring them here. Have the infantry attack. And once the enemy breaks, let's have a look how much space we actually have there. So that's about here. Isn't much space, is there? I'm contemplating to launch an attack with 4 battalions and then commit the cavalry and support.
Hey.
Hi. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is send the 4 battalions on my rightmost flank down that hill to support the attack of the Poles. I will shift the...
So on the west, you mean north and southwest of you, right?
I mean the rightmost battalions of my line, so that I'm not quite sure which ones that are at the moment. The 2 line with 2 massed columns behind them of Grandjean, right? And that's my southernmost units.
Yep.
Those should move to the east, southeast, to support the attack of the Poles.
Okay.
Then the 4 cavalry squadrons, and that should be 1st and 2nd squadron 6 cavalry and 1st and 2nd 11 chasseurs. They move in the position those 4 battalions currently hold. They will be reinforcing the attack should the infantry either be repelled or break the enemy. And then, last one, is the 3 squadrons of the 4th Hussars, which are currently at Hohenlinden proper. They should come down south and replace those 4 squadrons where they are at the moment. At the crossroads.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot. So I'm not, yeah, well, it's just I think I have to support the Poles here, otherwise they get outnumbered in this position, and they are in a disadvantaged position here because they are just pouring out of the woods basically, and the cavalry doesn't have space to maneuver, and you don't want to ride a frontal attack against deployed line infantry that just shoots you to pieces. So that's why I'm launching the attack with the infantry. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure which battalions those 4 currently are because they have been shuffled around quite a bit since the beginning. But anyway, let's just grab any one of these, form them into assault columns, and then have those guys advance. Then it's that those guys are coming here. They are probably broken, they are broken, and then I'm not quite sure. There should be another one. I'm not quite sure. Oh, maybe this one. And these guys, whoops, they should come here to replace them, and my boy will probably be with those, I assume. My boy. Yeah, well, Kniezewitz, that's a surprise. You could have let us known that you were about to arrive. Where is the remaining squadron? This one. Is it still down here? I guess that's probably all right. I guess it's keeping the lines of communication open, which is a good thing. But yeah, I mean, I would assume that Descamps then has ordered this brigade to advance before he received my order. Maybe he even did that in response to Richepons's dispatch. Who knows? We will find out. I'm curious to know in which condition Faussonnet is. If he actually attacked enemy squares, which I will blame on unexperienced umpires, probably. Then we've basically thrown away our best cavalry. And the only real reserve we had. But that's interesting. So that seems to reinforce the impression that the main effort of the enemy is in the north. Which, I mean, is okay for me. Not too concerned about that. What I'm contemplating is, with this attack going in, we might want to feint a cavalry attack and then launch a general assault in this sector. Although I'm sort of sort of scared to actually do that. What if things fall apart? Let me have another look at the screenshot. So the cavalry will be an issue, but it is disrupted and it doesn't really have anywhere to go. I can't really see what this is. Is this marching columns or not? Should we risk that? Attacking squares without infantry support seems like a bad idea. Yeah, one would think so. I mean, they also didn't have any horse guns with them, which is another issue. I mean, that could have been a thing then against squares. But now I'm contemplating. There's a cavalry brigade here. We could sort of charge them down the valley, feinting attacks against these positions, forcing the enemy to form square, and maybe the enemy cavalry to pull back. Then swing them back here so that they don't actually attack. And once, I mean, while they are charging through the valley, these guys could all form assault columns, at least the not so disrupted guys. So Voltaire's brigade basically and Drouet's brigade. And we launch a concentrated attack on this position. Should we do that? Or is that an overcommitment now? Given that we are also attacking in the south. And I don't want it to be understood as an all-out attack, game is going to end anyway, sort of thing. Let's have a look. There's a new screenshot. What does it say? If it loads. What's that? Dice. I see dice. Or what is it? Is that sort of... Have they started campfires in front of their line? Probably not. It's Vrede. I mean, if we could capture Vrede, right? That would be a hell of a thing. They are actually, these battalions seem to have taken heavy losses. They're pretty small. Or is that because they are sort of Grenzer battalions or whatnot? Could also be the case. There's a long infantry column marching in this direction, is it? Hey, why didn't these two guys attack? I ordered the attack. Attack, attack, attack. What's this? What? Eh? Wait a minute. So Francois also seems. Why is Descamps' full force here? Buddy. And why are they now sort of scrambling behind my line? Okay, another dispatch. Just 15 minutes ago from Descamps. I've almost lost hope that my dispatches will reach you, but I will try one more time. Thank you. It did. I'm moving north to attack the Austrians south of Hohenlinden. One of my columns is moving to disrupt the enemy on Ilo south. The other one is emerging from the woods on the road. I'm forming up my cavalry for a counterattack. Oh my god. Well, the plan was for you to attack here, not there. And why are they basically running all undisrupted, even running behind my lines? Well, I have to talk to my umpire. Sounds like a possible death ride for the cavalry. Yeah, maybe. They've been cut off. No, I think that's an umpire hiccup, most likely. There are a lot of new umpires, and I think that has caused several issues today, including lost dispatches, weird cavalry attacks, and all these kind of things. Which, I mean, I don't blame them. I appreciate that they are here to support us and run the game. And Kriegsspiel is a learning experience for everybody involved. This includes new umpires. But it's, of course, also frustrating for the players, right? So, yeah, we will have to discuss that in the debriefing and find out. I should probably write an answer to Descamps. Anyway.
So, hello.
Hello.
It's getting messy down there.
Yeah. What's going on?
What happened is you have seen the cavalry deploying there. There was more cavalry coming out of the woods.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Austrians apparently decided to charge from their position, which prompted the cavalry to start a charge, which is difficult at this distance to get into a proper charge. So it wasn't that effective. But they pushed back the Austrians, but the Austrians pushed back the cavalry. And then the cavalry fell into disorder and then ran away to the west. That's what you see there, scattered. Yeah, your infantry just stayed there and didn't know what to do, so they just watched.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will urge them forward once again to attack that line there with the artillery support they have. That shouldn't be much of an issue. And I assume it's the Polish cavalry. They should form up where they are. Yeah. I think that's about it.
Your cavalry or the infantry too, or?
So my infantry, the 4 battalions as ordered last turn, should launch an assault against the enemy position. And the 4 squadrons, 6 cavalry and 11 chasseurs, they should be ready to charge forward should the infantry either break the enemy or be pushed back.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the Poles will hopefully take care of themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Descamps. I have no clue where he is. Or is that actually a different cavalry? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cavalry. I guess that's Espagne then. With the Carabiniers, and they've given ground. Our most elite cavalry units. Dispatch from Grenier. Significant attack on Ney's position. Holding. Enemy infantry moving south to the forest gap towards push. I will assist Bastoul to organize defense. If enemy infantry has bypassed Legrand's position, he may already have been knocked out of the battle. He may need to consider retreating. No, my friend. Why didn't Legrand send dispatches to Grenier is then my next question. Question is Espagne still around? So if that, okay, wait a minute. Then let's assume it's not the Poles actually. So the Poles might still be with Descamps because it's 6 cavalry squadrons and it's Espagne rather, and Francois potentially. Although I think there's more infantry there, isn't there? But I definitely saw Francois. So either the Poles are also here, or I don't know what's going on. Where did Grenier send that from? That's what was the town called? Unter Buchholz. Unter Buchholz. It is 10:45. I have advised him to fall back on, what's that, Schwillach and Mostetten. It's an old big mess, but what would you expect from a Kriegsspiel? Exactly that. But still, I mean, yeah. Anyway, I don't want to get too annoyed, because I'm usually a very relaxed and open-minded person. But yeah, I mean, Decon probably tried to write dispatches to me that he was actually sending forces north, which never reached me, I assume. Why is, oh my god, why is the infantry, I mean, one infantry went down.
So, hello to both of you.
Huh, hello.
So the 8 walking up the hill discovered General Moreau there. So I decided Decon probably wants to walk up to him too and discuss the situation. You got the same screenshot. The infantry charged in, have casualties.
May I ask why the other two battalions are still sitting?
Oh, okay, then I misunderstood the order.
All right.
Or they misunderstood it, sorry.
Yep.
Okay, the infantry, the cavalry wasn't really sure how to support them, so they stayed back. And you have for Decon, yeah, you have 2 more cavalries at the edge of the woods, which are deploying there, but are not attacking yet.
Good. All right then, so can I have a moment to just chat with General Moreau for a second?
Yep, I'll check back in later.
All right. So first of all, I apologize for audio quality. I'm on my phone right now.
Nope, no worries.
Can I assume that you haven't been getting any of my dispatches?
Nope.
All right. I sent like 6 of them to Dutpool, and he apparently got 0. And I've been sending you like 4 or 5. But I could get, because I've been getting some of your dispatches, and I could tell from them that you weren't getting mine.
Yeah, I received 1, maybe 2, but that's it.
Okay. So essentially, I'm a little bit unclear on what the current situation in the south was. Dutpool considered it to be under control, so he sent me north to help in the fight south of Hohenlinden. Now, however, I've gotten a dispatch from España saying that apparently enemy cavalry is south of these woods. So I've ordered some troops to form a rear guard just in case they come up those roads. I have marched up here in 2 columns. One of them is the one that you can probably see, which has been putting pressure on that little area and trying to form my cavalry up, though apparently they launched a charge against orders, and a lot of them got routed, which I'm a little bit annoyed about. But the other column should be west of that road, on the road that leads directly to Elo South, and their mission is to attack the Austrians in marching column on that road directly, with the idea being that even if that column gets thrown into chaos, they'll throw the Austrians into chaos as well and interrupt the flow of reinforcements. I haven't been getting much reports from them since then, because it's difficult to get information through the woods. But from what I've understood, they did indeed engage the enemy marching column a little while ago, so hopefully they've been interrupting that, like I said, the flow of reinforcements. What's been going on up here?
We have constantly repelled the enemy. Still in a pretty good position. We still have our cavalry reserves uncommitted, and also some fresh battalions.
Alright.
Up in the north, Grenier is getting under heavy pressure from the north. It seems still to be that the Elo North was the main effort of the enemy, because Legrand never managed to get to Heiligenberg, or even the other one, Neusing. And he has been reinforced. Legrand had been reinforced by Faussonnet, which apparently committed a suicidal charge against the enemy. And Legrand is heavily pressed by 3 columns and has to retire. So I've ordered him to fall back on the line Schwillach-Moosstetten. That's behind that northern patch of woods. So just to shorten our interior lines and give him some relief. But
do we want to try and finish off the central attack then?
Yeah, so which brigades are where exactly?
So that's the thing. Apparently, I don't know if this was an umpiring thing or in-game, my order of battle got a little bit mixed up. So the cavalry brigade of my division was taken by Dutpool to be used with himself. However, I was apparently given a different cavalry command that didn't have, I don't know its regiment, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, that should have been España, right? The 1st and 2nd Carabiniers.
No, because España has his own cavalry doing his own thing. This is just, apparently it came from some other division. I don't know how that happened, but somehow they wound up in the south.
That's pretty strange.
I have no clue. But anyway, so my improvised cavalry brigade and the Polish brigade have come up on the route that you can see. Meanwhile, Francois and Duret have taken the other road to interrupt the Elo South.
Okay, then there might be another screw up, because I am pretty sure I saw Francois coming out of the woods to the east here.
No, I think in my screenshot that's maybe that's also pronounced Francois.
Yeah.
But the brigade I sent elsewhere was, let me check again. Oh no, spelled the same way. What the hell?
Did they just multiply?
I will say, I think the umpires have been struggling a little bit. I think a
Yeah,
lot of them are very
it seemed
new.
so. It seemed so.
So, like, I was telling Deadpool earlier, I spent a few comedic turns, like going, move people to a little bit to the left. They get sent like 5 kilometers left. No, a little bit further right. No, a little bit further left.
Okay, so I have a dispatch from Deadpool from Saint Christophe, which I think is not too far away.
I know where that is. That's beyond the forest, yeah.
Yeah, so he apparently has fallen back to the west then, and he mentions large enemy cavalry forces coming from the east, heading west towards Saint Christophe and north of the town. Then he mentions that you were coming, and he can no longer hold against the Austrian cavalry.
Well, I ordered my column further east of here to have a rear guard holding the road. I can repeat that order, though, to make sure it went through. And I mean, as long as there's one prepared battalion en masse on the road, I think cavalry would have a tough time breaking through there.
Yeah, hopefully.
So, what do you want to do now?
Yeah, I'm thinking about what I should tell Deadpool to do.
Probably just buy time so we can finish the... I would advocate for trying to finish off the enemy in the center, and then from there, because it seems in the south it's mostly cavalry, so finish off the enemy in the center and then reinforce the beleaguered north.
Yeah.
Hello, so I need some orders now.
Yeah. So, well, I repeat my order for the third time for all 4 battalions to charge forward. And as the one that went in without support, then that should fall back, be replaced by the assault columns. And I guess I will also commit the 4 squadrons of cavalry then to charge.
Okay.
You ready for my orders?
General Decor, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My cavalry that's not routing will go join the cavalry attack ordered by General Moreau. The Poles will hold their ground, and I will send an aide to go rally the routing squadrons.
More cavalry, I see.
What?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, and one more thing. I just want to repeat an order from before to make sure it's done. My column in the east, I ordered them before to make sure that they have a rear guard holding the road in the forest to make sure that if cavalry try and come up that road, they get halted. I'm just going to send another message reaffirming that order.
Okay. Yep, got it. Thank you. See you next time.
I mean, if we can decisively destroy the enemy... Sorry, I'm trying to find a place where the audio will be less bad. If we can decisively destroy the enemy in the center, and the south is mostly cavalry that would have to go through woods, then I think the battle should be more or less won, as long as the north doesn't collapse completely.
Yeah, I agree. I have to look at the screenshot. Probably the one from before there. Because the Bavarians in front of Richeprance apparently have brought up a few more batteries. He still has 2 cavalry brigades in reserve, which are completely fresh.
Who does?
Richeprance, which is basically my left. Well, or we wait until the the attack by Duret and the Poles and so forth is successful, and then
Well, I mean, I think the attack by Duret already went in. I think it went in before my attack did, or at least that was the intention. So I wouldn't expect a very decisive outcome there, but the main effect I was trying to get is just to, like I said, interrupt things for the enemy. And I doubt we're going to get much information from Duret anytime soon.
Yeah, probably. Well, I would assume that if the attack from our side routes the head of this column coming out of the woods, then there might even be, I mean, realistically speaking, don't know what the Empires do, a potential to basically just capture the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I don't know what other paths are still open to them, but as long as Duret occupies a little section of the Elo south, I don't see where the Austrians could run except for through the forest themselves.
All right. Well, then we hope that this attack succeeds, and then we can swing the forces basically northwards.
Yeah.
I'll write an answer to Richeprance.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you here?
Yep.
Oh, Dekar, muted?
I'm here.
Okay. So the great charge happened. Everybody charged in. The, what was it? 10 cavalry regiments. You see some of them disappearing into the smoke in the enemy lines. But it looks like the enemy lines are just broken and everybody is charging in.
That's at least good news.
Dekar, you also get a report from Duret. Says he was successfully routing everybody along the street.
Perfect.
Will now be coming up from the south.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right then. This should pretty much be cleanup work then over here then.
Yep. I
Do you
guess
want to-
I will leave the cavalry to take care of the prisoners.
Yeah. Do you want to go north and check on what's going on over there?
I have a pretty good overview at the moment.
All right.
As as soon as there is some sort of space, we can start shifting forces north.
All right.
So my orders then specifically is for the cavalry to mob up what's still resisting and then sort of leading the prisoners eastwards. The guns, the 2 batteries we have, which ones are these? Third and sixth.
Westwards?
Sorry?
Sorry, I just want to ask, did you mean bring the prisoners westwards, or am I missing something?
Westwards, yeah. Did I say
Sorry.
east?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was just confused.
Yep. Good point. The guns should shift their fire northwards against the Bavarians, and if the infantry, that is the infantry of Grandjean, which was committed to the charge, is still in a condition to continue fighting, I want them to realign northwards. We want to form a new battle line.
Infantry next to you isn't in a good shape.
No, the ones that went in before battalions that
other ones went in. Yeah.
If there are still some.
Okay, yeah, let's try. If currently quite chaotic down there, but
yeah, sure.
We'll see. Yeah. Okay.
I will lead the Poles forward so that they can guard the prisoners and free up the cavalry after the prisoners have been taken. I personally am going to ride to Duret's men and check on the status of his forces.
Okay, yeah. Got it.
What's the status of the 3 battalions that routed earlier, right? They are still sitting around there. Are they in any shape to fight potentially, I don't know, in loose order in the woods or something?
The 3 routed, what you mean?
Yeah, at the crossroads next to the 3 cavalry squadrons, that is the 4th Hussars, I see 3 battalions.
This one. No, they're taking some heavy casualties. They're not in a shape to fight anymore today.
Well, if they have some companies left capable of fighting, I want them to move along those roads through the woods to the southeast to block these roads for enemy cavalry advances.
Okay.
That's
good.
all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there's another dispatch from Dode Pool. He is under attack by 26 Austrian cavalry squadrons. Yeah, well, he's giving ground. There's no point in resisting.
Should I I don't really have. I'll see how much infantry Duret has left, and if he still has a substantial amount, should I have them guard the roads out of the forest?
Yeah, that would be best. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, operationally speaking, should the enemy cavalry pursue Hood-Pool in the direction of Ebersberg, then we basically have to call the game and order a general retreat to München. Because that would open the main road in the south towards München. That's basically our line of retreat.
Yeah, but I mean, strategically speaking, if there are, 26 squadrons, that must be their entire cavalry. And if they all decided to go get themselves cut off while the main army got beaten, then sure, they might be able to. I don't know if we left a garrison there, but they might either be able to march through the streets of München or march around it, ride around it, but they're not going to achieve anything strategically important.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if. Assuming that Legrand also is falling back southwestwards, that means also that the line of communication to Freising is cut off for us. So the enemy.
Right. What I'm saying though is that if it's your choice at the end of the day,
No.
but if let's say the center got destroyed and then we swung almost all of our strength northwards to defeat the northern wing of the enemy, then all the enemy has left is that force of pure cavalry out in the middle of nowhere, unsupported by infantry,
Right.
and if we left any garrison in München, then all they'll be able to do is ride around uselessly.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if we are still in a shape to break out northwards after this fight, but I mean, it depends on the condition of the enemy forces up north.
Yeah. And I mean, I haven't been over on this side of the woods that long, but from what I can see, it does seem like we inflicted a lot more damage than we took.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially with all those prisoners now. It looks like a full division.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, at the end of the day, like I said, it is your choice. I think we could, if we retreated now, I think historians would probably call it a stalemate, where we gave the field, but we inflicted more casualties.
Yeah. Well, let's first see if we manage to dislodge the Bavarians from the hill as well.
Yes, sir. I don't really know where the Bavarians are. That's why I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they have basically, I mean, they've tried to attack us right away, which didn't go in their favor. They are deployed. Let me have to delete some arrows I drew. They've basically come via the road to Kaging.
1 second, let me take a
Oh no, that's no. That's, I think it's Kranaka is probably. Oh, which name is? It's Unter Kaging, I think it is.
It doesn't help that all of this, the way it's written, is completely unreadable.
Yeah, so do you see Kranaka? That is where Response was initially, or still is positioned.
Not really. I see Kanachen.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, that. I think. What happened? Hello.
Hi. Hello.
So you're close enough to be together.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not much happening. So in the south, yeah, people are mopping up. There's lots of prisoners to process.
Our prisoners, I assume? We took an enemy prisoners?
Yeah, we have smashed what seems to be about an Austrian division.
Nice. I was just about to. I'm not sure if you received the dispatch because I think I sent it to the wrong location. But I was asking the enemy north flank of the line to our east is pretty undefended. That I have a large. I number them pretty good up there. So I was asking you whether I could counterattack. But then I saw this commotion happening down there. So I wanted to see what was happening before our cavalry was getting routed or something. I could not tell what was happening here.
Yeah,
So
I will encourage you to launch the attack.
Okay, thank you.
I'll leave you for now for some more discussion. Look back.
Yeah.
We'll check back later.
You could. So what happened is that the Khan arrived, and that allowed us to basically trap a whole division there. So what we're currently doing is trying to mop up the rest. Have the cavalry that went in and is basically transfer the prisoners westwards. And then the infantry that is in there and still in shape to fight realign northwards and launch an attack on the Bavarians. But if you think you have a good angle on them, which I think you do, then feel free to attack them.
Yeah, I was basically itching to start an attack for about 30 minutes, but I don't know what did not want to fuck you over by attack. I thought maybe, to me, what I thought was that what's his name in the south? Deccan
Yeah.
was gonna do more of an encirclement movement. So I thought maybe if I attack, they'll just move, and then we can't encircle them and imprison them. But I guess that's already happened now. So
Right. Yeah.
I'll start the attack on the left, on our own left.
Very good. Yeah, we have a bit of an issue far south because Dudpool is completely outnumbered. And he's sort of falling back westwards. But I think if we manage to, I mean, at least smash our sector here, then we are in a somewhat good position, even though I'm in the back of my head considering of calling the army back towards Munich, because the Prussia in the north seems to be pretty high as well. But so far Ney and Bastoul are holding, so that's good, and Legrand seems to be falling back. So we are still in a good position, and if you manage to dislodge the Bavarians, then we should be in a very good position.
I sent you got that dispatch. I sent a recon out towards Bastoul, I think 30 minutes ago as well. And they did not. The recon did not report any fighting even happening. So.
No, okay.
I think it might be different now, but I think he's doing very well up there.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, the main push still seems to be coming from the north, so from Heiligenberg on down.
Yeah. Understood. Then I will move back up this turn to Trouvert in the north, and then I'll start that attack.
Yep, sounds very good. Do you need me to support you with anything? See what I actually have left.
From what I know about enemy strength, I don't think I'll need anything. I outnumber them pretty much 2-1 from what I could see anyway, but there might be more stuff in the forest, but I think I can get this done.
Very good.
And I'll leave my cab in reserve in case something does happen or something, or somewhere else, so you can.
Yeah.
My idea with ceasing fire with the battery after every 30 or 15 minutes, and then not shooting, and then shooting it, and really worked out. I really damaged them a bit with that. So nice idea.
That's great. Okay. Well, at least we have that one division captured, right? That's something to start with. I'm not quite sure if are the Poles in there as well. They might be the guys up north, like these 4 here. I guess those are mine because I had cavalry with them, right? I believe so. And I think these 3 battalions here should still be in a in a good shape to form.
Hey.
No.
So you're both muted, so no big discussion.
No.
Already pretty finished, pretty clear on what our plan is now.
Okay. Yeah, Moreau, any orders for your units?
I don't think there are any new orders. So proceed as previously. Any infantry down south that is still in the shape to fight, form a battle line facing north. And the cavalry just takes care of the prisoners.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Don't think I gave any orders yet this turn. I believe. I hope he doesn't forget.
Who's your umpire?
Christian.
Okay. What are you doing here?
Hello. Where did he come from?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, my command evaporated. So what else? Where else do I go? So,
Oh wow.
did you get the dispatch at least?
The last I received, let me see.
Maybe I made it here before my own dispatch.
Maybe.
Jesus, I didn't know it was that hectic down there.
That's
Yeah, no, the north has been completely obliterated.
Jesus.
I don't know if their attack was particularly strong there, which I suspect. I don't know how big an opponent I faced, really.
the last dispatch I
But-
got was from 0945 that
Really?
Fosonet ran into squares.
Oh no, I sent you several dispatches.
Don't think there's any other.
Let's see. I sent one at 11 telling you that my flank and liner collapse sector is lost, no commander control. At this time, none likely to recover. I sent one at 10:45. I sent one at let's see here, 9:45. 9:45 is the one you got. So you have not received the last two dispatches I sent you.
No, apparently not.
Probably sent you 6 or 7 dispatches in all.
Now there's one from 1100. Flank and line are collapsed.
Okay, now you got it. Okay, that's the last one I sent. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, if that is the case, if there's nobody left to guard the rear, basically, the Schwillach, Mostetten.
Withdraw?
I think then, and we are pressed very hard in the south by cavalry as well. Then, even though we are successful here in the center, I think we have to call it at this point.
Yeah, for your, if I can definitely break the center, but if we need to withdraw, then we withdraw. Really, any other point?
I mean, if we've lost basically 1.5 divisions in the north, I don't see us having enough fighting power to mob these guys up and then turn north and smash the main effort of the enemy.
What about Bastille and Ney, though? I never really got any indication that they were like heavily engaged.
Grenier sent several dispatches that they were under some heavy pressure from the north.
So I just talked to them. Yeah, the pressure's building from the north because once they've finished me, they've turned towards Bastille and Ney. But as I understand, they were okay in their centers. So it's now the pressure rolling in from the north. But I just had trouble getting. I think we pushed a little too far in the north. By the time we ran into them, I had my cavalry up there, but we weren't well formed. They always seemed to be a step ahead. So then when I fell back to a defensive line, though they already had cavalry there too and everything else, so they moved a little more quickly than we may have anticipated.
But I wonder how that can be because you had your light cavalry ahead, and
yeah,
I mean there should be scouts all around. How?
That's my question. I don't know. And then Falconet, they made him attack squares when he should have never done so. So I don't know what's going on. It's a little.
Also, go on.
It's just a little wacky to me. But
yeah, I guess there's no point in continuing. I will ping Christian.
Yeah.
Didn't even commit by cavalry. Some really good up. I never really needed it.
I managed to hold them off for quite a long time, but then I went from being in a position where it was precarious, but we were holding to now everything's routed and we're just running away. And I have
Where
no
was
more command.
where was your final line?
At a place west of called Jaeger or whatever, where dueling whatever is the best place. It's where there's literally a split in the map, makes it a little hard to read the terrain, but that was my final line, and I held that line for quite a while, hours in fact. And then I went from pushing them on their left. I even sent an expedition to try to get into their rear again. My infantry was faced off against only 2 infantry battalions of enemy, whereas I had like 4 battalions at least, maybe 6 actually, defending. So I don't know how 2 versus 6 adds up, but apparently they just smashed everything. I don't know if that was their cavalry, but their cavalry should not have punched through my infantry. Unless I have to sit there and micromanage it until it forms squares. But yeah, that would be a flaw in the system if so.
No.
Otherwise, the system worked really good. We got very steady pace of 15-minute turns and all, which was nice. But I'm also concerned that there's some weakness showing in the system. Something smells rotten in Denmark.
Yeah, or it's
So
just the amount
did you
of
get any
untrained
status
employees.
yet?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're calling a general retreat. Game is over. It might just be the amount of unexperienced umpires, and I mean, as always, I don't think they are to blame in any way, but I think there were several occasions where the sort of the premise of Kriegsspiel that your subordinates, unless it's baked into the system, which is not the case here, your subordinates should act to your best benefit, and I don't think that. From all I hear from all flanks and all positions, I don't think that really was the case today.
Yeah, I detailed it. I actually took some careful notes on what I call the Falconet folly. How detailed should your orders to your botted subordinates be? You don't want a player to issue a bunch of conditional orders
Right,
with
right.
branching logic trees
Yeah.
to their
If this,
subordinates.
then
But then,
this.
Yeah.
but then
Yeah.
how much thinking should the empires be doing for your botted subordinates? You know, so there's a problem. There's a conflict there. But I cannot be both Legrand and Falconet at the same time.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the issue. Yeah. So we had division commanders, but the brigades, there's too much going on in the brigades for the umpires to take care of.
Yeah, it should have been at least a human player.
Yeah.
The problem here is the umpires got between the players and the results, and that's not good for the umpire team.
Yeah.
I also felt I didn't even have to do that much, really. I just felt with my brigades, I really had to micromanage them, because then for example, I told them to get one of my reserve demi brigades in line, and then all of a sudden, all of them deployed in line. I was like, okay, well, what's going on here? Why are they all doing this?
Well, we could only give 2 orders, or at least that was my rule. It was imposed upon me. I could only give 2 orders.
Oh, well.
So I can only give division level orders because I can't sit here and say, put him in the square, put him into whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Which is smart. Like, the system is very fast and efficient, but the level of detail that it loses, you know, if you're going to do that, then yes, it is on the umpires to act in the best interest of the higher level player, human player, as Jan put it. And they clearly weren't doing that, at least, or at least it didn't seem like they were doing it. And so now
I was not restricted in that, like in any way. I could give orders or like infinite orders to any units to what I knew.
Yeah.
But
Well,
the center was very confused at some point. It was pretty funny. I sent a dispatch to unknown infantry I could not identify with a commander next to them to see like who the fuck is that? And then I think that dispatch got shot by like 200 men or something, because I got a report that he got killed immediately as he approached.
Oh, well,
Has the battle ended?
Hello. Welcome to the debrief. The battle. Well, the battle might not, be canonically over, but the game is over. And I want to ask. I'll briefly ask the CICs what they're thinking. Then I'll reveal the fog of war. Go over a couple of key moments, and a little bit of history, and then we can have some other comments and freeform and such. So starting with Archduke John, what do you think is happening across the battlefield today?
I'll share my screen even with my latest knowledge. So I've got 2 wings, 2.5 wings, moving up on the French flank. I know we've routed at least a brigade, maybe 2, at least into the woods. I know Ferdinand and Hessen-Homburg were repulsed in their initial attempts to attack, but I was having Reich and Mervelt still moving on the French flank and hopefully rolling it up. So that was the plan, and it was working pretty good. We still got lots of daylight left, so I'm thinking long term we're in a good position to roll up their flank. I haven't heard from Collerat in a little while, or Kindmeyer, so my orders to them were to be defensive and hold, and don't get overcommitted. My main concern was what's going south of Collerat, and maybe a big flank attack on Leibsteinski. And I haven't heard about that there. So if I lost, it probably happened there. I don't know. But from my point of view and from what I have heard, things were going well, and I was still feeling pretty confident for a win today.
Okay, General Moreau.
Yeah, congratulations, you got it. I mean, we've lost the north. The center, from what I gather, is still holding strong, but and we have captured a division in the south with the help of Deccan, but further to the south, I believe that would then be Kolobrath is bringing up, I don't know, 30 squadrons or whatnot, so our cavalry is not able to guard the road towards Munich. And with both flanks under attack, I'm calling a general retreat to Munich.
I'm gonna share my screen now. I'm gonna go over the events of the game, roughly. And then I'll go over the events of the real battle in contrast.
Oh wow.
Very briefly.
Oh.
Well, the game is slightly laggy. I've been suffering with
What's
the tech
the
the whole
server
game.
password?
Please don't join the server. It'll just lag it even further.
Okay.
Especially you.
Maybe Marshall can join because he's
Okay.
streaming.
Yeah, Marshall can join. Yeah.
DM me the details and I'll join it.
It's sure. Otto, could you do that? Yeah. So
Oh, here it is.
I'll wait for Marshall to load in.
All right, let me see how it's working. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with the password. It's really complicated.
It's highly encrypted, really.
I'm surprised. We don't normally have that level of security in IKS games.
Well, Jan, if you were worried about that cavalry in the south, you don't need to be anymore because there isn't any.
Okay. So now that everyone's here, everyone's looking. The dispositions were kind of very, like, just as historically very wide. The distance between the French left and the French right was famously at the Battle of Hohenlinden. Like 12, I think between 12 and 15 kilometers, depending on how you measure it. And it was the same in this battle, though it was a little bit longer. On the furthest left was the I forget the name of the division. It was yeah. On the furthest left, there was one French division. There were two in the center, two at Hohenlinden, one infantry and one cavalry in the south. As the French had 6 infantry divisions and 1 cavalry division. The Austrians came in with 4 columns, which are kind of the Austrian answer to a corps at this time. And from the right, they were marching in with. If you could help me out here, James. I think it was Riche at the very furthest right. Latour,
Riche,
Steinmeier,
Latour, Steinmeier, and Colorado.
and Colorado. So Colorado was the biggest, having the Bavarian contingent assigned to him as well. Over the course of the battle, in the furthest north, the French had come forward, kind of surprising the Austrian columns coming in, but the Austrians were just too numerically superior to the French, and after some back and forth with cavalry and infantry, the French was forced to not only forced to retreat, they were quite properly routed. The whole infantry division southwards, losing baggage and batteries in the process. Having another lag spike. I believe it was. I believe that's the point of view from the stream as well. This northern engagement. In the center, the Austrians were a little slow to action. Coming through first, Schwarzenberg coming through around here, facing off against the French, and another column coming down here. Though Schwarzenberg did put up quite a good fight with the French, he was eventually counter-attacked with a bayonet attack, and his forces fell apart, and he was himself personally captured. French capturing his cannons and some of his artillery wagons as well. Though his men, those who were not cut down, escaped eastwards. In the south, quite funnily, like historically, Colabrat came down with the main road. Though the Bavarians were in opposition to real history, they were not behind him, they were on the side. They came up this way. Initially, initially Colabrat had launched an attack on Hohenlinden, which was supposed to be followed up in echelon by the Bavarians. Though by the time the Bavarian echelon came down to attack, the Austrian attack had already stalled and ran out of steam. The first Austrian brigade was routed in part by cavalry unexpectedly appearing on their flank, but also just by the French line holding quite well. So the Austrians were forced back. There was a bit of back and forth there, and the Bavarian column just didn't have reserves enough to continue their attack, so the Roy Brigade was also forced back. And since the Bavarians have spent the rest of the game kind of holding down their position up here against the French, exchanging cannon fire, the Austrians also, after their failed attack, entered into a defensive posture. In the south, I'm a bit unsure about the events, but roughly what happened is that the Austrian cavalry came in from the east. French cavalry got a bit confused around the road crossing here. I think there was some confusion between the brigade officers and the commanding player officer. But eventually they came their way up north. There was an engagement between them and the Austrians coming out on top and forcing the French westwards.
Question? Sorry. As empire that were empowering the deep south of the Austrians, I could add that there were, in fact, an Austrian flanking attack on the French forces.
Yeah. This did not, however, happen fast enough for the French infantry division in the south to be stopped from making their movement coming north and then turning up this way and eventually sending a brigade up this way as well, up towards this defensive position which the Austrians were hunkering down around. The Austrians were then attacked in the flank, frontally and in the rear, and cavalry charged, and nice. The outcome was not good for the Austrians. The whole force up here routed, though only about what would this be, like 2,500 or a little more men actually were taken prisoner. Though some 36 or more cannon were lost and all the baggage, and a lot of the baggage is probably being raided. So the Austrian center is quite open, which might give Moreau some opportunity to pull back his men as he wanted westwards. That is about it for how the game went. I'm gonna very, very quickly go over the history because this might take a while if I go over it in great detail. Historically, Colabrat's column came down this road. He had Riche, I believe, to his south, and the other Austrian columns coming in as such. The Austrians were late, both in the south and in the center, and they all kind of got clumped up into the forest. Moreau had deployed quite heavy forces around here, and here. And as the Austrians were late in the south, and the heavy cavalry was clamped up on the road, it was not in the south as it was in the game, he was quite easily able to make his way into the Austrian rear and over to screen the oncoming friendly forces. And he bottled up and destroyed all of Colabrat's column along this road historically, and repelled the attacks from Schwarzenberg and such coming down in here. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the game. It is certainly one of my favorite battles, if you're allowed to have a favorite battle. I want to go over to Otowski and then the other umpires for some brief comments, and then we might go over to some player comments, or we go to free form. I'm not quite sure yet. But yeah, Otto.
I think this was a great game. One could even say a grand game in its quality due to the effort put in by especially Christian and the rest of the umpire team. Most of the umpire team were first timers, and I think for the first game umpire they did an excellent job. We didn't quite have sub 15-minute turns of the time, but the game, in addition to the 44-minute planning phase, the game took 5 hours and 25 minutes in terms of in real life time, and in game time it took 5 hours and 45 minutes. Probably we had a few 30-minute turns that lasted, where turns were 30 minutes in game, so it's not quite accurate, but still well done by everyone in the umpire team, and thanks for playing.
Okay, let's go down the umpire list. I think Dog Pilot is highest up. Do you have any comments?
Yeah. This game was quite a bit of fun to run, even though it was a bit exhausting by the end. I'm sad we won't be able to run the following like 4 hours of extra maneuver and battle some other day, perhaps. No. Yeah, that's about it. I don't think there's anything I want to comment really.
Copacetic, I think you were a first time or quite new umpire. What did you think about it?
Yeah, it was the first time for me, and it was very overwhelming, I have to say. I think I was so for me it felt like I was barely keeping up. Not sure if my players noticed. I think so, or if they. No, it was all just a snowstorm. All the mistakes. It was all the weather. But I did enjoy it. I think I want to do it again to be a better umpire next time.
Devastator TT, you're also quite new, I think.
I'm quite new, but it's not the first time I'm umpiring, but it's the first time with Otto's system, so that was new. And I definitely understand why there is a player umpire and combat umpire. Because if I had just 3 player at the beginning, then the 4th. But if I had to do the movement and the fighting, I don't think I would have made it. But yeah, it was quite enjoyable, and it's always nice to learn new things.
Kavas, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'd say this was also a lot of fun for me to umpire, especially this is my second time doing like an open Saturday assisting umpiring, so that's pretty cool. Though at the end it was somewhat tiring. Also, my voice was giving in, but that's not just because of being an umpire. And yeah, it was fun. I'll do it again gladly.
Max Lost.
Yeah, I had a bit of comment into your explanation of the game, and it was my second game as an umpire. I enjoyed it, but it was quite overwhelming at sometimes where the gallery charges were done. That's all for me.
Also, we had a couple umpires who had to leave early, like Colin really helped out, and Don, it was his first time, I think. He was got a little bit confused with the cavalry all the way in the south.
Yeah.
To the detriment of Achilles and his forces, but I think all in all it worked out quite well. Could ask the CICs again what they thought of the game now afterwards, like of the running of it and the mechanics and such, or if it was like confusing with the different states and everything. Starting with James again.
Yeah, so I'll admit I was worried because when I saw all the pieces, I thought it would take like an hour for the umpires to do each turn. just moving the pieces. And so I am very, 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 very impressed with the turn frequency, given how many players we had and how many pieces there were. So very well done on that regard. Yeah, overall, from an umpire perspective, very impressive. It's basically a grand game, except you didn't have players already slotted in, which makes it harder. So umpires did awesome. My team did awesome. I'm glad the Austrians are, the French are retreating, because it looks like it's pretty close there in the south. Luckily, I think our plan worked out where we basically the left wing was supposed to hold and be a bit cautious, and the right wing was to hit their flank and then sweep it up, and luckily that worked out for us. So thanks to the Austrian team for doing well.
And Jan, if you have any comments.
Yeah, so I quite like the overall scenario. I think it's an interesting problem and starting position, and I enjoyed running the mission planning process. I think my team played very well. We had communication issues, but that was due to the fact that apparently there must be a post office somewhere on the map with a pile of dispatches. I think so, and I don't want to blame anybody, and I'm not saying that because we've lost the battle. But the impression we gathered was that, and I mean the assistant umpires have mentioned that as well, that I think the system is very well done, but there's too much stuff going on that is not under player control. That means if we have division commanders and then brigades with, I don't know, a dozen pieces, that creates issues when moving them around under the premise, as Kriegsspiel has it, to the best benefit of the players, unless there's a mechanic that purposefully prevents that. And I think there were several cases in which that wasn't the case today. Again, I'm not blaming anybody for that. That's just how Kriegsspiel is, and especially with new umpires and the amount of players and pieces we have. But I think that is something that might actually be a result of how the system is built, that you actually want to run it with players as brigade commanders. And if you start with players as division commanders, you always run in these situations where the umpires are sort of forced to hastily throw some pieces around, and that's gonna end badly. But yeah, that's just a comment on the general premise of the system, or how to implement it. Otherwise, I enjoyed the game.
Thank you. I think if we go through everyone one by one, it just might take forever. But if we give everyone like 30 seconds to speak, then everyone can get in like a couple of sentences about what they thought. So we're gonna do that, going alphabetically. So keep in mind, keep it brief, so everyone can talk. Starting with Espagne, brigade commander for the French.
Yes, I was a brigade commander attached to Achilles in the south, and as you said, the umpire he was the first time, so he probably got overwhelmed, and there was confusion. I basically didn't do much in the first 9 turns, so it went bad.
Bastul.
Yeah, I'm just glad I got an opportunity to show that I can keep my feet still to Dog Pilot, so maybe one day he'll stop hating me.
The Khan.
Yeah, I thought it was a fun game. It was definitely nerve-wracking having to move through those woods, but I'm glad that the timing of the attack wound up working out well, so that we had that eastern column interrupt the enemy marching column first. Yeah, aside from some issues with the dispatches and understanding orders, I generally thought that the umpires also did well, even though I think my umpire was a first timer. So, well done. Thanks to the players, thanks to the umpires.
Ferdinand. Okay,
Yeah,
Ferdinand.
I had a lot of fun. Definitely don't like attacking through woods. Wouldn't recommend it.
Kenwire.
It was very difficult for us to move through the center. I think both Ferdinand and Schwartzberg kind of had the worst terrain in the whole map to maneuver through, and they both did their best.
Kirlai.
So this was my first time commanding infantry. It was very fun. Initially, we didn't have a plan and just went west until I found other commanders and kind of just got it together in a flank maneuver. So it was very fun.
Hassan Homburg.
Yeah, we were up north. We got really lucky. 2 times we caught the French unprepared, and our cavalry did, I guess we rolled really well, and we cut through them a lot. So that was very fun. But I think we were supposed to enter that forest towards the patch or whatever that's called. That was probably going to be rather painful. So yeah.
Liv Steinsky.
Yeah, so for everything that happens, I blame the Bavarians. They blocked me at every turn. But seriously, thank everyone for the game and thank the umpires for organizing it and stuff. I totally didn't lose my entire unit because I hastily attacked. It was the Bavarians, trust me.
Liechtenstein.
Thanks for the opportunity. It was my first time commanding a purely cavalry force and having a human brigade commander. Was insane fun having this little running battle with the French down south for a while. Looks like we ended up capturing a massive baggage train at the end. I was annoyed a few times. The French held stubbornly at a few crucial moments where my cavalry could have intercepted that reserve column that was going up north. But no, the dice just rolled poorly, I guess, on our side for those 2 engagements. I know it was a fun experience. I missed my artillery though.
Marshall.
Yeah, my detailed comments are in the live stream, which you can all watch on YouTube after. The good, the bad, and the ugly. The briefing was great. The smoothness and rapidity and regularity of the turns was absolutely fantastic. I could set my watch by it. You even hear me on the live stream saying that in like 1 minute I should get a screenshot, and boom, there it was. So I am absolutely over the moon with how efficiently the system run. There were issues, however. Jan has actually already done a good job giving voice to those issues. I just want to make it very clear, however, that I still blame Jan for everything that went wrong, because I always do. And when I was 6 years old, one time I lost a dollar bill, and I also blame Jan for that, even though he wasn't alive. So thank you.
Mervert. Mervert is not here, seemingly. Nay.
So yeah, a very complicated and interesting game. Thank you for hosting it. It seems that both CICs decided to strike the other's flank, but we failed to crush the Austrian left. But now we are actually extraditing ourselves out from the center. And as for my part in the battle, I held the Austrian center. I still held the center from Austrian attacks. And when a blind attack came, led by Schwarzenberg himself, I ordered a countercharge and captured him alive. And while the French fought with tenacity, I am disappointed in the defeat, not because of any of our decisions because the Austrians are coming from too many sides in way too many numbers. So there's nothing much we can do.
Peter, playing as Grenier.
Yeah. Thanks for running this one, Christian. It was very enjoyable. I would say it felt like I was sitting in a cardboard box, knowing there was a riot going on all around me. Basically, that would be my analogy of this. You kind of wanted to take a look, but you were scared to. So, yeah, it was interesting for sure. So thank you for that.
Response.
Pretty confusing in the beginning in the center. The Bavarian blue uniforms made it very hard to distinguish them from French or Bavarian in the snow. So first I thought that people from the north came down, so I sent a messenger over to ask, who the hell are you? And he walked straight into 2 infantry battalions and 2 cav squadrons, so he immediately got killed. But other than that, a bit lacking in initiative. I could have had more impact on the battle, but due to communication issues, I asked multiple times whether I should attack. In the end, I just wanted to do it, but then the game ended. But I held well in the center, so yeah, that's it. Thanks to the umpires for hosting it, of course.
Rish.
I was the commander of the right flank. I have learned that cavalry is like gambling. Either you win big or you rout and go home. This time the French went home, so IKS has taught me to keep gambling. Yeah. I also need to watch a 7-hour VOD now because Marshall didn't put his commentary here.
Okay, Schwarzenberg.
Fighting down those woods just sucked. There's like, I could not maneuver and I could not bring up infantry from the rear. They're just constantly stuck in the mud or the road. And really the force that I attacked with was not the right force. They're pretty much a cavalry brigade with 3 light infantry battalions. It was not a good move and I got captured for it. Yeah, that's it.
Wolfskill.
I'd say that we successfully failed our task in the south. We did manage to capture a lot of enemy troops, but we did not stop the infantry division that eventually flanked the Austrians. But yeah, I would say that what was it? Was Max lost? That was my umpire. He did a pretty good job, and I will enjoy the game pretty a lot. So thanks.
Finally, last but not least, Zweibrücken, who was commander of the Bavarian contingent.
Well, it didn't really go well in many instances, but overall, I guess the fact that we held on in the end and did overall achieve the goal counts for something.
Okay, and that concludes the official debrief. So just ending the event there. Thanks everyone, especially the assistant umpires who were completely new or almost completely new for putting in astonishing effort.
Thank you for hosting it.
Thank you for
everyone.
Thank you for the players on both sides, the CICs in particular, for like setting up all the planning. And yeah, thank you for umpires, players. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did the
Very
Habsburg Bavarian army, was that the historical strength?
Yes.
Mm. Okay.
A lot of this behind here is wagons.
Yeah.
People.
Yeah.
Everything here is taken from. I can link the order of battle and the article and such. The Austrians did have a pretty like a 10,000 man advantage or so at the battle. They also had a pretty significant artillery advantage.
This game was really hindsight is 2020 for me. I sent multiple dispatches asking to attack, but I sent them to the wrong location, but I should have just attacked anyway. But I was too scared to commit reserves because I thought the North might break, which he might need reserves there to help him out. So in the end, I decided not to.
The French had historically just shy of 60,000 men, and the Austrians just shy of 70,000.
Yeah.
About 7,000 troops at the battle were of Bavarian forces.
Speaking of dispatches, did Colorado, did he die or did he have to leave?
Colorado surrendered actually.
Oh. Yeah, because I was sending dispatches.
Down
Oh,
here.
did he come to me? Oh.
He came down to you, but came down at the same time as the cavalry came down, so he had to run away.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell him to, not come to me. That it's not a good idea, but oh well. I mean, what the hell even happened there? Because there from the south I saw like one infantry coming up, and then I'm fighting that infantry for like another 4 turns. It was probably like it had a lot of infantry in reserve, right, and it was constantly being replaced. Because no way that one infantry was holding like 4 of mine.
Yeah. The historical battle is actually extremely interesting, and it is very much worth reading into. There's a lot of, I would say historically the Austrians are just extremely unlucky, and the French are just extremely prepared. So the French were extremely prepared this time, but I guess the Austrians had a lot more luck because they chose this whole going around movement, which Moreau was worried about in real life. The Spania Brigade, I think it was deployed to this town here to hold the crossing in that event. But instead, the Austrians deployed all of their forces into the woods in some capacity.
Well, they were convinced that the French would be running for Munich.
Yeah, they had won the battle at Ampfing on the 1st, so 2 days before this, where they were convinced that the French were like really properly in retreat. They had beaten Grenier, inflicted some 1,500 casualties on the French, but lost nearly 3,000 of their own. Who's counting? And they initiated this pursuit, and they were kind of convinced that. Well, I mean, different historians write it differently from what I've seen, but they were kind of convinced that if the French were gonna do battle, they were gonna do battle much further west than this, probably on the other side of the river. So that's why they deployed historically with all of their wagons like right behind the army, and they were not ready to fight in the forest.
One thing I do want to bring up, and I want to get if they're still around, I want the other cavalry commanders to weigh in. But it seemed like the cavalry like movement in column didn't seem to be any like that much faster than the infantry. So specifically, it seemed like I started parallel with Lebinsky, and then I think an hour later he was already at Hohenlinden, and I was a decent click to the east, pretty much. But even when we were doing the half-hour turns, it seems like I wasn't moving that far over a half hour.
Cavalry isn't going to, move all that much faster when they're anticipating like a very long march. Speed isn't gonna be that much greater than infantry.
Yeah, road quality and the weather was really atrocious for cavalry.
We were actually now at 12. The weather was the same as historically, roughly. A little bit deviation for simplicity's sake, but they were actually at 12. The snow was gonna come back, and visibility was gonna be very greatly reduced. So that would have been, I guess, pretty good for Moreau if he was gonna retreat. But also, Moreau's wagons are probably like around here.
Oh, and I think he only had his wagons for.
Oh, we didn't deploy like the big wagons.
Well,
because they would just cloud the map.
They were ordered to be left at Munich. At the other side of the Isar.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, then they're like Moreau is pretty much all right then. It's Amfing again, then pretty much. So Austrians have like kind of gone head first.
Yeah. Who won tactically? In terms
Tactically,
of
the field
combat?
is Austrian, so the Austrians win.
Okay.
For that, but
I
both the
think
Austrians and the French have captured batteries and soldiers and officers. Like Kolowrat himself is captured, and he's like very important.
Yeah, and me too.
A huge problem for the Austrians in real life too was that Kolowrat was on this road here with his corps, which his corps is basically like an army reserve. It is only grenadiers. It is almost only grenadiers and heavy cavalry. I don't think the Austrians were meaning to deploy that column as like an independent force. I think it was more like a strategic reserve to dish out grenadiers in like a bigger battle. But yeah.
Yeah, but I definitely lost because of the Bavarians. That is very clear.
The Bavarians were actually game-wise, they were like one small attack away from like completely breaking the whole army, or like the whole Bavarian contingent was like on the verge of breaking.
I have to say, I'm not convinced. I mean, I don't really know what's going on in the north. I didn't really get to see when you were looking at it. If the Austrian force up there is completely overwhelming, then yeah, we've obviously lost. But it does seem like we've won in the center, and I'm not convinced that even if the Austrian cavalry won in the south, they can really get up here. Because I had multiple battalions there stationed at both on the roads in the forest and at the mouths of the forest.
You can cover.
Yeah. More of the
and you
problem
can
is
cover
that
the retreat. The problem is Moreau as ordered.
No, I'm not saying that we haven't lost if there is a retreat ordered. I'm just saying that I wonder if there wasn't a retreat ordered. I don't know if we can say definitively who would have won. I think it's still kind of in question.
the thing is the route to Munich, which is the main objective for the Austrian army, is opening up the route to Munich, right? It's open after.
Yeah, the main thing with the offensive is that it is kind of aiming towards Munich and the road to Munich. The road to Munich goes here, and it goes across here, and then of course it also goes through here.
My point is more that if let's say the main part of the Austrian army were defeated and the infantry were sent running, assuming that there's some kind of garrison in Munich, the cavalry couldn't really do much more than ride around the city for a little while.
Yeah, I mean the French are probably going to deploy quite or like retreat in like not terrible order towards Munich. And there are more forces in Germany. Yeah, there is a garrison at Munich.
I was just talking about if retreat weren't ordered, like if the battle had continued up in the north, then I wonder who would have won.
I can't say much for the others, but the northern part, mine, is still pretty much entirely intact. We didn't lose anything, and most of our units haven't even seen combat and are fully fresh. I can't say much about the other units, since I had to run back to our wagons and deter retreating French cavalry from charging into our wagons. So it would be determined probably how intact those units in the north are.
Yeah. You also have about another 4.5 hours of daylight left only before or like the daylight ends quite early at a little past 5:30, or a little closer to 5.
It was nice that a retreat was ordered, so we didn't have to try until that.
Yeah.
Was
yeah, only actually. So Moreau had at the time four of these columns of these wings of his in Bavaria. Only 2 of the columns were actually present for this battle, so the campaign basically continues on in this scenario with a minor, or could be a major Austrian victory, depending on how this whole situation goes.
We in the north were isolated from the other command, and we had plans in action of a counterattack through the woods into the Austrians who were advancing to the west. But looking at the other strategic situation, that there are new columns attacking from the center, and we have basically no more reserves to put and guard and counterattack all these places the Austrians are coming from. It's safe to say that it's best to retreat and to not get ourselves surrounded or decisively beaten, because like the weather is coming back up with visibility poor and there's not much daylight left. Ultimately it's an Austrian win, but the French are intact and will keep fighting in the campaign.
Yeah, I would think the position would still be tenable to hold and continue the battle if Legrand's division, which was reinforced by a full overstrength cavalry brigade, so basically 1.5 or almost 2 divisions worth of men weren't lost in the north. If there were some forces left who could retreat on the the Schwillach Mosbetten line and block those roads and basically screen the northern flank, then we could have continued to just fight a defensive battle here.
Yeah, historically the battle was over around, or it wasn't over, but it was kind of decided around like 10 o'clock. So this one went on for quite a bit longer. Will go on for quite a bit longer, actually.
But I did enjoy having a giant grand battery of like 36 guns. But after a while they became kinda ineffective, if I understood it correctly.
Yeah, once it builds up enough smoke, it becomes difficult to adjust the fire and such. So.
Yeah.
And the cannon crew becomes tired.
But it was fun while it lasted. I mean, at the start I kind of just immediately attacked. And that attack didn't go well, mainly because my reserves didn't really deploy in time. Because of that one cavalry, it just came out of the forest and stood there menacingly, and all my forces just shit themselves. And
I was very happy with the one line, which really felt like it was taken straight out of the memoirs of Colabrat, where I think it was either you or Colabrat who said, "I have no space to deploy here. They're on my flank, and I have all the baggage behind me. I cannot go anywhere."
Yeah,
Something
exactly.
along the
That's what I
lines.
said. I was like, I'd like to retreat, but the whole baggage is behind me.
It was like a huge problem in real life. Completely massive problem, because they tried to turn around and go back, but the whole army baggage was like right behind them.
Yeah, that was also a decision, reason why I didn't go into the forest and just went west, because I just thought if I go into the forest, I will just be blocking and sitting in large amounts of traffic jams, not helping in any way. Might as well go for the flank.
Yeah.
This was a nice change from the 1809 games, as here you had, well, in 1809 you don't have 4 brigades per division command of different arms, and you don't have all of your baggage following you, so it was a interesting change.
Is Schwarzenberg still here? I invite him to give comment on his troubles with his commanding officer in that he always overruled every decision he wanted to make. Schwarzenberg, do you have any comment about that?
I don't think
Yeah, Schwarzenberg is not here anymore, unfortunately.
Basically, he said that he didn't want to go on the attack that proved suicidal, but his commanding officer forced him to do that, and would tell orders in his place to the umpire, which I found quite concerning. But that's
It's
not,
quite
not
fun
not-
that Schwarzenberg did actually come down the same place historically. He came out through here. But he was a bit more successful. He managed to push off the initial French positions and came down. Ney had to like divert one of his 4 brigades, and they were eventually stopped somewhere around there.
Also, one thing I wanted to ask, the other brigade I had, and it was so unlucky that they were close to getting back right into the combat, and at that point the baggage train was attacked, and they all just fled.
Yeah, they were placed just rallying along the like main baggage. The French came up the road. They sent out guys, and all of these guys were already beaten once, and they were like completely dispersed. So when the French came, they just ran away. It's not really much resistance. They like coordinated resistance for them to put up.
Also, for this, I also blame the Bavarians, because I wanted to kind of like.
Also
I
for
wanted
this, I also blame the
reroute
Bavarians.
the baggage like through the north.
All right, everybody. So I've muted myself on the Discord. I think it's time to wrap up the stream. Has been running for 7 hours or what? Yeah, almost. So that's always somewhat tiresome, I find, so long sessions. But anyways, despite all the chaos and the mess, it was quite enjoyable. I hope you enjoyed it as well. I might think that even though it takes so long, it might be maybe even more entertaining to watch this, if you get what I mean by that. Because you don't really have to take care of your troops and all that. For you, it's just sort of a story that unfolds and could go either way. And I think that's one of the beautiful things with Kriegsspiel, I find, that it creates so many interesting narratives, and all the hiccups are sort of part of the simulation anyway. So again, that's why I don't blame any of the umpires or anything. It's just things happen in reality, and if you read the historical sources about battles, it's very often the case that very unfortunate things happen a lot of time, like most of the time. Yeah, anyway, so I hope you enjoyed it. If anybody is still watching, or if anybody takes care any interest in watching a 7-hour video that gets uploaded later on to YouTube, I wish you a good evening or a good day wherever you are, and a nice rest of the weekend. See you next time. Bye bye.